Oh shit. Alright. Oh boy. Here we go again.
New DLC.
We're doing um the doing the fucking treasure hunt DLC. Right, this one. Yeah, because we finished up. Oh. I didn't know I could organize my quests. Look at that. What was I gonna say? Yeah, treasure hunt DLC because we finished the murder mystery. Murder mystery. Is it me or do I have audio delay already? That's fast. There we go. One of these days I'm gonna figure out what the purpose of that is, or what the cause of that is. And I'm gonna be really pissed. Ellie! Upgrading Ellie's stuff. Hmm. 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 Do this one. Gotta do some final upgrades, because apparently everyone has a skill point. I'm gonna be real with you, I don't really know what to do with some of these guys. They've kind of already got good stuff. You know what? I'm sure it's fine. Engineering. 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 You know what? I might just play this DLC with music on, because there is no music in this game at all, and I've complained about it in the past, but I still feel like it's valid. But it is just it's too ambient. It's too like there's fucking nothing. Should I just bring the tried and true team? Sure. Yeah.
Welcome to Ambrose Manor. We were not expecting company. Please follow.
Do not stray from the path.
Is it just me, or is this mechanical looking down its nose at us? Gotta admit, that was kind of funny.
Felix, what if it's hurt?
Hang on, give me a second. Alright. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, artichoke. Okie dokie, artichoke. Okie dokie, artichoke. Okie dokie, artichoke. Hold on, I'm testing my mic audio. Okay, I'm peaking the mic a little too much, and I'm want to not do that.
This unit cannot bring you any drink in its current state.
Ooh. Oh my god, everything is highlighted. What is the purpose of this? Yeah, I'll sell it. I don't need money though. Get a key card. Key card. You know what? You know what I might do? I might end up playing like Fallout music. Would that add to the ambience? Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Nope, it's really just this fucking house.
Wow, Ambrose Manor? Hey, do you think it's haunted? I bet it's haunted.
Big empty window like that? That's gotta be haunted. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps.
Oh. I can open anything! The fuck is that? Okay. Anybody home? Anybody home?
This place looks kind of sad. Like it's been waiting for someone to make a home out of it.
It's so empty. Oh, Captain, something here don't feel right.
Empty. Empty, empty. There's a person. Hi.
So who the devil are you?
Never mind who I am. Who are you?
I was just enjoying some time with my thoughts and this fine whiskey. But I don't mind the interruption. Do you see that glowing chunk of space rock? That's Gorgon. My birthright, my burden, and the bane of my existence. I hate to drink alone, and this is my third. So join me in raising a glass. To Gorgon.
It's a little early for me. I just woke up. I did just wake up. I also don't like alcohol.
Early? My house runs on asteroid time, but suit yourself. The name's Wilhelmina Ambrose, but why not keep it short and call me Minnie? Save us all some time.
Nice to meet you too. Wow,
Now, what brings you to my house, handsome? I take it you didn't come all this way for the beverages, the starry skies, or the pleasant company.
I'm here about a severed arm.
A severed arm? How positively ghoulish. You know this is a private residence, not a curio shop?
The arm came with a portable phonograph that mentioned you by name.
Really? Huh. Now, this severed limb, did it have dark hair? Rugged knuckles? Chewed fingernails? A gunslinger's calluses?
I didn't look that closely.
The next time someone mails you a severed limb, you really ought to pay better attention. I can only think of one man daring enough to jettison his extremities on my behalf. Lucky Montoya is my personal freelancer. Fascinating man. Very brooding and theatrical. Always staring into space and twirling a bullet over his knuckles.
I could do that. The staring into space part, I mean. I'm still working on the bullet twirling thing.
But if something happened to him... Oh dear. I suppose that makes him my former freelancer now?
Any idea who might have wanted to kill him?
You suspect foul play? Interesting. If we're being honest, I haven't given it much thought. What a time for his luck to run out. We were in the middle of something grand, and I really can't afford another setback.
Let me guess, you need someone to finish whatever Lucky started.
Excellent deduction. I can tell I found the right man for the job. How would you like to be my new freelancer? There's been a recent vacancy, and I think you're well suited to the job.
I could get used to people offering us a job at first glance. Usually they just squint at us all suspicious-like. Or reach for a pistol.
You offer work to everyone who breaks into your home? Must be some kind of Byzantine tradition I ain't know about.
I'm looking for someone rough around the edges. A gorgeous, dashing scoundrel type. Incidentally, someone good with their hands.
Hey, yo. Give me the details.
My mother, Dr. Olivia Ambrose, worked for Spacer's Choice at the Gorgon Research Facility. She was brilliant, the top scientist in her field, until tragedy struck. One day, Spacer's Choice shut down all research and evacuated Gorgon. Everyone had to scramble or risk getting left behind. It was chaos. Employees fled for their lives. Mother never made it home. I'm told she wasn't the only casualty that fateful day.
It must have been real hard on you, losing your mother all of a sudden like that. I'm sorry to hear it, ma'am.
Thank you. Ambrose ladies are supposed to be resilient to the unexpected, but this was especially hard on me. Mother's name has since been dragged through the mud. Spacer's Choice blames her for the collapse of Project Gorgon, and I just know they're lying.
What do they need from me?
Whatever happened on Gorgon wasn't Mother's fault. I simply need the evidence to prove it. We're going to drag the truth kicking and screaming into the light. Even if it means bringing ruin and humiliation to Spacer's Choice. All the evidence I need should be in Mother's journal. You can find it in her office on Gorgon, in the heart of the old research facility.
I have some questions first.
I'm not surprised. Between the family drama and the corporate conspiracy, it must feel like you've stepped on a landmine. Speak freely, Captain.
How did this investigation get Lucky killed? I guess we don't know that. Why'd you wait before starting the investigation?
I didn't want to go anywhere near Gorgon. Once I exhausted all my options, the search led me back here. I even had Mother declared legally dead. Would you believe it took 5 years to process the paperwork?
Does her being legally dead help you somehow?
It isn't as bad as you make it sound, but technically, yes. Mother's body is still on Gorgon. No body means no death certificate, which means no inheritance. I killed Mother, just on paper, of course, so I could claim my inheritance. We wouldn't be standing here if I didn't have access to the family fortune. I once assumed the mansion and the money would be enough to redeem the Ambrose name. But even in Byzantium, prestige must be earned, and it can so easily be lost.
You want to break into high society?
Break back into high society, yes.
The same high society that framed your mother.
I have Spacer's Choice to thank for that. The smear campaign against Mother was the work of cowards. I'm vindicating the family name for her, for the colony, and for my future.
Okay.
Thank you, Captain. You won't regret this. When you reach Gorgon, pack a weapon you trust. The corporate lockdown hasn't stopped the wilderness from squirming in through the cracks.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little saloon near Gorgon's landing pad, the Sprat Shack. Lucky was renting a room, so if you want to follow his trail, that would be the place to start.
The Sprat Shack? Hope they don't serve real sprats. There's a sprat worst place in the Groundbreaker. Tried it once, and I was sick for a week.
Oh, you think maybe they got a little mascot? Like a sprat in a tiny hat?
Just so we understand each other, money is no object. I'm willing to squander the family fortune if you get me what I want. Between your payment and any salvage you happen across, you'll walk away from this rich enough to buy a mansion of your own. How does that sound?
What's the catch?
The catch? No one's ever done this before, and the only person who tried is a corpse. Believe me, that's enough. Here's your nav key, Captain. Safe travels.
Okay. Maybe you don't need to hear this from me, but I'm sorry about your mother.
Spacer's Choice should be the one apologizing, but thank you. Sincerely. A word of advice before you go, Captain. Trust no one. Mother's office is in the heart of the Gorgon facility. You're free to salvage anything that isn't nailed down. I only want what's mine.
Mysterious heiress, unexpected gainful employment. It's like something out of a detective serial.
Hey boss, what's our policy on getting to know our clients a little better? You think she'd appreciate some company?
I mean, if you have a shot, if you think you have a shot, go for it, bro. I'm not gonna stop you.
All right, I can do this. Here goes. Miss Ambrose? Must get awful lonesome up here all by yourself. What do you do for fun? Because if you're interested, I've got the full set of Terran Monarch.
The last thing I need in my life is more corporate propaganda masquerading as entertainment.
uh, these are all terrible. let them talk.
I think that came off a bit harsher than I intended. You seem very nice and very pretty, but I'm not ready to invite anyone into this mansion long term, or even short term.
Hey, no problem. I figured it was worth a shot at least.
That took a lot of guts, Felix.
Hey, thanks. I probably should have written down what I was gonna say on my hand. That usually works.
That went surprisingly well. What else you got in here? Why are there bullets in the child's room? No one's asking the real questions here. Why are there bullets in the bathroom? What else is here? Activate dinner time protocol. The robot chef. Oh. Hang on. This place is bigger than I thought.
I had a nightmare about this sort of thing once. Crawling around on my hands and knees inside a mansion, I mean.
Oh my law, this is just like that episode of Virginia Yang, Girl Detective, where the old fella dies and his nurse inherits his house. What if we find a body?
My lockpicking skill is 201 and the max is 150. Dude.
Nicely done.
What's that? Oh,
Okay, calm quiet.
master bedroom keycard. Hmm. Should I be reading these out loud? Interesting. We've gained some knowledge. I love how she's just not stopping me either. Doctor's orders.
Dear Wilhelmina, I hope this letter finds you well. No, it's too stilted. It sounds like I'm writing to request a loan. Dearest Wilhelmina, I regret to tell you... Law, no, that's worse. When have I ever called her dearest? She's my daughter. This should be easy. How can a mother not know how to talk to her own daughter? My love, I can no longer... For your safety, I must... Oh, hell. Even if she despises me for what I had to do, I should still be able to say goodbye. Minnie, I have to leave, and I don't intend to come back. I love you. I'm so sorry.
Interested. I thought that claw rake was a back scratcher. It does look like a back scratcher, doesn't it? Wait, I got a gun. Doctor's orders. Handgun, though. I don't use handguns. No, you're definitely right. Look at this fucking thing. This is 100% a back scratcher. Are you kidding me? I have a back scratcher right here that looks like it. How's you? I'm good. Doing good. How are you? This fine Saturday morning. I'm alive. Preach, brother, aren't we all? Actually. Put a magazine on this. Crit damage, weapon spray or spread, or crit damage. Probably crit damage. Yeah, let's go with that, because this thing's already accurate. Wait, I just put another barrel on this. Oh, fuck. The magazine. Ah, but these aren't very useful. Fuck. Just got done listening to classical piano music. I guess I'm in that mood today. Hell yeah, dude. I was listening to a whole bunch of, like, I guess you could call it emo music. especially yesterday. It was a vibe. It was a vibe. More importantly, oh. Let me repair this. Yeah, and just fucking, I don't know, man. My brain is still like half turned off. I'm still a little bit in the process of waking up. But I used that to vibe while I was booting up stream, and it was good. It was a chill way to start the morning. Someone has level 29 armor. Why? Oh, I'm level 40 now. Oh my god. Wow, I really need to bump these things up. This is 40. It's 32. Oh man, I'm under leveled. Shit. There are certain bands I listen to that are considered emo. I like old My Chemical Romance, The Used, etc. I'm familiar with those bands. Well, actually, not The Used. I'm not familiar with that one. My Chemical Romance. I don't think there's a single person on this planet who doesn't know who that is. Funny enough, I do like their music. I don't know. Just was never really as interested in it as other people are. People really get into it. I had a friend who did like an entire presentation on the history and like origins of emo music, and was going into like what proto emo music was from like the like 70s, and how it's like influenced music from current day. It's really interesting. How expensive is this gonna get? You know what? I might just bring this shit to 40 anyway. No, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well spend it for this, right? This is 32, this is 40. $267, $235. This needs to go up. I also have a bunch of money, so I should probably just not care if this is costing some money. Cash is not an issue here. My issue is things being outscaled or underscaled. Underscaled? I don't know what I'm trying to say. This is 39. This one. This is very low damage. I could bring this up to 45. Who's packing this? Mark 3, 31, 38, 257. Oh, this is underleveled. I believe these are the other two companions, right? I'm not sure. I don't know what I listen to is dependent on my mood. One day it would be Faith, no more than the next minute it's Knocked Loose. I'm the same way. I have a lot of my Spotify playlists organized by band. So I like sometimes I'm just like, oh, I'm in the mood for this band. I'll just play them and let the playlist rock. But sometimes I'll be like, oh, just want to listen to whatever, so I'll just hit my likes or like my favorited songs and just let that play. And that playlist is actually just a whole fucking there's no theme. It's just a bunch of shit that I like. Yeah, that's the playlist where the I don't care what the music sounds like, just as long as it's good. So I got a lot of different things in there. But it's nice though. 47. I could bump this up more. You know what? Fuck it. We're bumping this shit up to 45. I don't care how much it costs. I have so much money. To 161 and 161. Let's go. Like this morning actually, for like the first half of the morning I was listening to like my emo music playlist that I don't know. I had a song stuck in my head and I was like, let me play that whole playlist. And then the later half of the morning I was just like, all right, let's just listen to my like playlist, and I just played just a bunch of the random stuff that I like. I could bump up my companions' armors. Although I should probably also bump up their weapons too. Right. No, we're fine. We're fine. Some of my stuff is becoming out-leveled. 45, 45. Oh, this guy needs a new helmet. But we're fine. We're fine. I was in need of upgrades, so that was worth it. And I've still got a mountain load of cash.
Wow, look at those stars. Don't it make you feel small in the best way?
When I listen to music, it's either blasting in my car by myself because my partner, soon to be ex, oh damn, there's a story there, hates loud music, shrugs. I'm kind of the other way around. I like listening to music, but with headphones on. Granted, it's pretty loud, even with my headphones on. I don't know. I like, maybe it's the audiophile in me who just wants to hear like the full sound stage. But I enjoy that. I also don't really own a speaker. Kind of always been headphone people. If not headphone, earbuds. What are we selling here? Garbage? Bunch of trash. Oh my god. I might out-level this entire DLC, because isn't this DLC like scale to 25? That might be a problem. That might be a huge problem. If I'm outscaling the entire DLC, it's gonna be such a fucking boring ride if that's the case. I really hope that that's not the case. Speedy Barrel. Why is this so much money? Fire rate. Do I want this? I don't have one, so I'll buy just to have it. Alright,
They made a mess of this place. Watch your back, boss.
whole place got abandoned. Marauder crack shot. Everyone here is rocking level 30 gear. I'm gonna have to make my own level 40 gear, and that's gonna be such a pain. Although I guess it's fine because I'm
Nice work.
fucking loaded anyway. Because that rate of fire 15%, which is pretty good. This is true. It is actually really good. Oh, hi. Aren't you a big guy?
Unit is currently in wait cycle. Please return later.
Kick the automech. Yeah.
Error. Tilt alarm engaged. Entering emergency reconciliation mode. This unit will now engage Calamity Protocol. This unit is currently in wait cycle. Please return later.
Huh?
Have a better...
What did Calamity Mode do? I didn't do anything. Damn, you look cool though. What is that? Marauder Colossus. Anything else? This dude got decapitated. Glass. Can I go around? No. God damn it. Yeah, there's no getting in there. Oop. Ooh. Explore everything. Right. Let's check out the saloon before I go off and fight those marauders. Wait, let me sell all the junk that I have. Alright. Yeah, he was a little ahead of himself. Terrible. This guy wasn't thinking with his head. General store.
I got supplies if you need them. No one lasts long on Gorgon unprepared.
Aren't you a fucking random ass? What do you have in here? Nothing I'm really interested in. Okay.
You looking for supply, stranger? Let's stock up here. If you run low on bullets out in Gorgon's far reaches, there ain't no one around here liable to help you out. Let me know if you're looking for something particular.
I take it the evacuation alarm isn't urgent?
Huh? Oh, you don't gotta worry about that. It's got something to do with that scrapped Spacer's Choice project from way back. Damn alarm's been hollering at us for 5 years if it's been a day. You know, I don't dream anymore. It's all, please evacuate in an orderly fashion.
What if you moved away from the alarm? Or should I turn it off?
I won't stop you if you want to have a go at it. But so you know, it's gonna take more than giving that control terminal a good old-fashioned pummeling. I know, because even Von Hoffman couldn't bash it in. And I seen that tough son of a gun throw a man clean across the Sprat Shack one time like he were a toss ball. Found a pickaxe in the mine like none I've ever seen before. Could be awful useful if you're the violent type.
Yeah? Oh wow, he really did find a fucking special pickaxe. My brain won't stop with the head puns. Good. Succumb to the pun. And this is even good. You do have a big discount though. And I do have a bunch of trash. Here. Why am I still holding on to this hat? Alright, let's get rid of this. And did I sell all my alcohol from the previous expansion? I have Adrena time, I don't need that. Bye-bye back scratcher, yep, I don't need that shit. Get rid of this, get rid of this. I've got a bunch of mods, I need to fucking do something with this. I have 13 of these. Don't I have a better version? Grounded, augmented, physical armor, shock armor resistant, plasma armor, physical armor, corrosion armor, physical armor, augmented toughening. Wait, what's this? This is the same thing. Oh, it's because this one's pristine. Why though? Let's just sell the pristine things. I don't need it. Not like it makes a difference anyway. Sell these two. I should sell the extended sights because I don't use anything that has a sight. Gyro slot sell. Hunter kits. There's one for like sneaking. I could sell the armor degradation one just to free up a slot. Now, you know what? Let's sell these elemental ones. I don't need these. Plasma, corrosion. Chrono Field Aggressor. Restore some of your TTD meter when you deal a critical hit. This effect has a cooldown. That's actually really good. Tech skills, volume of footsteps. Oh, that's for stealth builds. I'm not doing that. Not doing that. I am gonna get rid of this. Tech skills plus 5. Tech. I'm already. I don't need this. My build is already heavily invested into science, and I have an engineer for a companion. Alright, what else do I have? Nothing. Alright. Fucking enough. Ooh. Computer! Can I open this? No. What's in the computer? Check electricity rationing bill, shipment history, messages, Spacer's choice, place action messages, system friendly reminder, your messages of company property and authorities, blah, 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 blah. I don't really think I care. Give me that. Give me that. Give it to me. All of your items are mine. I should probably sell all my armor pieces and weapon pieces, because I don't really ever, like... Isn't this really only ever if you're repairing while you're not at a workbench? Because I'm almost always at a workbench. I'm just kind of hoarding crafting materials that I don't really need, because I always have a crafting bench work. Or, like, here.
Come here. Let's have a chat.
Hi. I was born in a workbench.
Alright, inspection time. Look at my eyes for as long as you can without blinking. Starting now.
I'm gonna actually do it. He blinked! Oh fuck, I blinked. Alright, I'm gonna roleplay. Keep looking into his eyes.
Good. Look up. Now look down.
Look up, look down.
You're doing swell. Now, name and occupation.
Lewis Skulldog, captain of the Unreliable.
Good enough for me. You're cleared to pass. That was a sanity check. If you had changed like the others, it'd be in your eyes. You'd also be drooling, cursing, and making a mess of the place. Welcome to the Sprat Shack. You can head on downstairs.
What do you mean when you say people have changed?
Every day, salvagers and scrappers set out to comb the ruins and make their fortune. The ones who come back, they aren't always the same men or women who left. They change. Never for the better.
I was dealing with brainwashing fucking parasites in the last planet, so I'm kind of used to this. Cool.
If you're heading downstairs, order something sweet.
I'll order chat, that's sweet, right? Got him. I want that critter, it's so cute. You mean the Sprat? It's called the Sprat because it's short for space rat. I don't really want any of this.
Now this looks like a real dive. Hey, I wonder if they got those floorboards that creak when a stranger walks in.
Oh, ugh. This place smells like Felix's burp.
Howdy.
Welcome to the Sprat Shack. First one's on the house, and I won't even water it down. What'll it be?
My options are whiskey, wine, and vodka. What about beer? I'll have wine, I guess.
Bottoms up. I assume you're here for salvage.
Not exactly, but can you explain what you mean?
Most of my regulars are sublight scavengers. They pick over the ruins of Gorgon, spend their earnings at the bar, and head back out the next day. Vicious cycle, but that's life. You're the first new face I've seen in a while.
Do you know anyone by the name of Lucky Montoya?
Lucky? Sure, I knew him. He could get a little dramatic at times, but he was a good guy. Heard he took on a dangerous job. Spent a lot of time coming and going from the Office of Creative Incubation, just down the road.
Beer is bleh. I like beer. Beer and wine are good, but I only like red wine. I don't like white wine. And I don't like dark beer either. Or IPAs. What do you mean by dramatic?
Lucky fancied himself some kind of hotshot fixer. He talked a big game. All bullshit, of course. Awful shame about what happened to him.
What happened?
You really want to hear my story? Law, most everyone around here is sick to death of it by now. Last I saw of Lucky was a few days ago. I went outside for a smoke and a stroll, and I saw this wild canid dragging a bloody limb. So I kicked the canid, scared it off.
Go on.
Get this. The canid was chewing on an honest-to-law human arm. Lucky's arm. Anyway, the arm was clutching a phonograph that mentioned someone named Alex Hawthorne. I did some poking around, and this Hawthorne has a reputation among the salvagers who frequent the bar. So I packaged up the arm nice and tidy and sent it care of the Halcyon Parcel Service. They even gave me a discount on the hazardous waste removal stamp.
The arm made it to me. I'm Hawthorne's next of kin, sort of.
No kidding. And now you're here? Colony feels smaller than you'd think some days. I'm glad I was here to see this confluence of events, you know? The stars really aligned on this one. And here I am, smack dab in the middle.
Where was he staying?
3rd floor. Once I figured he wasn't coming back to pay his tab, I left his room unlocked to air it out. You can help yourself to anything you left behind. Fair warning, I've been letting the regulars use it for a quick lie down. Just wash your hands when you're done. Trust me.
Okay, that's nasty.
Be seeing you.
There's so many sprats.
You're a humbug, Trixie, and worse, a thief.
I can't steal what's lawfully mine, you tangle-footed dimwit.
Break it up, you two. I've heard more than enough of your shit.
That door open? No, that's not even. This isn't even a door.
Are you my agent? Sorry? I've been sent to meet a certain someone about a certain piece of merchandise. They're supposed to use a secret code phrase.
Can't help you. I'm just here to drink.
That's the code phrase. It is you.
Quiet down. You're making a scene.
How covert. Sprat! Another sprat! So many sprats. It was a health code violation.
Wish I could do that.
Yeah, sure, I'll pick this shit up. Majority of this shit I don't even need. Alright, 3rd floor.
Groundbreaker never had bars this nice. They got balconies and everything.
You think the folks here like strangers? Because some of them are looking at us like maybe not.
Jerome would love this place.
Let me get what I came here to do, and then I will explore and chat with people.
That's hands, Cap.
Course code unlocked. Code? Code? What do you mean code? Day 1, Spacer Choice may have left in a hurry, but they didn't forget to lock the doors on the way out. Most of the facilities are sealed up tighter than topping are safe. Day 6 caught a break today. Most met a scavenger who claims to be a salesman of Spacer Choice, told me to keep in the office of the creative incubation. Blah blah blah. Day 7, it worked. Clearance mostly. Whoever you are, I'm drinking to you tonight. Day 7, Olivia Ambrose's office and journal ought to be in the synthesis and manufacturing center. The bad news is it's sealed up and at the ass end of the canyon. The good news is I should be able to open it from Bigwood's admin terminal from OCI. Day 13, OCI is crawling with marauders, and I've got a few leads on to chase down. Could be nothing, but my gut tells me there's more to this place than a missing journal. Time to turn over a few rocks and see what crawls out. Combo is 4815. Amazing. What the fuck? Preserved eye.
Hey, Marvel! Oh, wait. Nope, that's a human eyeball.
You think they stick the preservative in before or after the eye comes out?
Workbench. Can I inspect the eyeball? Oh, I can. I'm looking. I'm looking at you, chat. Sprat.
Someone's in here. Oh, lol. It's coming back up again.
Don't need to be in there.
Who's this now? Wonder if they could... who am I kidding?
Could what?
Holy shit, a fresh face. Haven't seen your like in years. Don't know what brought you to the most dangerous corner of this solar system, pal, but you're welcome here. Oh, you talked to Lex yet? She tell you to keep it civil? You wouldn't guess to talk to her, but that lady's got a mean left hook.
Lady at the bar, we're acquainted.
She tell you I was a journalist back in Byzantium? Got into reporting thinking I was gonna be some sort of public intellectual. What a joke. Spent 95% of my time playing stenographer to the board, and the rest writing puff pieces on the chairman's latest beard trim. Real life and death shit.
You seem like you're having a rough time. Can I help you?
If you're going back out there, do you think you'd be willing to do an old bastard a small favor?
Depends.
Told you I was a journalist, right? I was here on a story back when Project Gorgon was active. I was doing an interview series for Spacer's Choice. Recorded them all on these little portable phonographs. But when everything fell to shit, Spacer's Choice wouldn't let me leave. Terms of my reporting contract unmet, they said.
You hid them and now you need me to get them for you, right?
Right on the money. Look at me, I'm no fighter. I've never even touched a gun. But you're just the right amount of rough around the edges. Help me get my recordings back so I can finally get the hell out of here.
Okay.
No shit? That's downright civilized of you. All right. One of them I stashed in the Office of Creative Incubation, in the projector room on the 3rd floor. I gave another to my friend Birdie to keep in her apartment, just outside OCI's upper entrance.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find another in the chem lab. It's in the main lab storage room.
Mm-hmm.
The final one is in human inquiry and auditing. It's tucked behind a pipe in observation room B.
Mm-hmm. This is a fucking scavenger hunt, my dude. Okay.
Strength to your sword arm, friend. And thank you.
Oh boy. You can tell this is the hub area. This is where we collect all of our quests, and then we come back here at the end and cash in all of our stuff.
You don't look like one of the salvagers, no? Don't really seem like the type. You've got the look of someone who's traveled far to get here, and whose journey is far from over.
I've seen things, too many things to fully process them all.
You and me both. I don't know if you're bound for the old ruins, but in case you are, can you look into something? I'd do it myself, but of course, the Marauders would eat me alive.
What is your quest? Give it to me.
Looking for something out there. Been paying Sublight to help me, but they haven't made much progress. It is to me.
What is it?
But apparently it's junk to Sublight. My husband and I worked on Gorgon during the good times. Jerome was on maintenance duty. I cleaned out test tubes till they sparkled.
Where's Jerome?
Nowhere good, that's for sure. In his final hours, Gorgon was a war zone. Violence broke out in the labs. The hills were full of marauders. You couldn't take a leisurely stroll without an armed escort. When the order came through to evacuate, non-essential personnel drew a lottery to see who would board the first wave of ships. Jerome won. I lost. As soon as I wasn't looking, Jerome switched our tickets and pushed me to the front of the line. I got to leave. Jerome stayed behind. I never saw him again.
Hi, Otmir. I guess it's bath time. I am wet now. Thank you. Also, hi. Howdy do. Good to see you again, Otmir. How you doing? I'm doing good. Doing good. It's another chill day. How are you? That was very noble of him.
That Jerome always chose the right thing, even when it got him killed. This place is greedy. Took my Jerome, and it would have taken me too. I just want one thing back. His old hip flask. I gave it to him the day we signed our marriage contract, and he carried it wherever he went. I know it's still here.
Thank you, and I could look for it.
You'd really do that for me? Law, and I'll bet you're worth 10 of those Sublight sprats. I don't have much, but if you help me, there's a little set aside for the occasion. Jerome used to drink with his buddies in a small kitchen opposite the maintenance shed. Might be a good place to check first.
Bet. I'm good, just resting after reading, work and Moraine? I don't know how to say that. Sarek and Eskrima Crayola train? What is that? What are you reading? You reading some cool shit? I bet you're reading cool shit. Yeah, we have all the quests here, right? Yeah, okay. Whee! I was reading Exoplanets,
Don't you worry, Mr.
Diamond
Lucky
Worlds.
Spirit. We're gonna finish your work and put you to rest, good and proper.
Who knew what darkness lurked in the heart of Gorgon? Captain Hawthorne and his crew were about to find out.
This is why I take you guys with me. I was reading Exoplanets, Diamond Worlds, Super Earths, Pulsar Planets, and the new Search for Life Beyond Our Solar System by Michael Subbers and James Triffill. Ooh. Are you interested in space? space things. I also like space things. Have I been in here? Have now. When I was a kid, I used to watch a lot of like space documentaries about like, I don't know, like I would watch like National Geographic or Channel or so, or like History Channel or something, and they would have stuff like, oh, could life exist on other planets? Like, they would like talk about like the conditions of planets that we've analyzed. I thought that was neat. I enjoyed that. I kind of miss watching that. Morangi is a bare-fisted, unarmed combat martial art from Madagascar. I'm just gonna call it SS. Is a unarmored combat martial art from India, and that thing that I'm gonna probably butcher pronouncing is a sword knife fighting martial art from Argentina. Ooh. We've got our own space martial artist over here. Space monks? Aren't that's just a Jedi. You're a Jedi. Me. Astrometry, astrochemistry, astrobiology, and exoplanetology are cool. I very much agree. No, Jedi are boring. Jedi can be cool sometimes. I'd rather be someone like Starkiller who uses both sides of the Force than one. This is true. I see what you mean there. Yeah, there really isn't like a... Alright. I was gonna say, like, there really isn't like a Force user anymore that's neither side. Because we used to have Grey Jedi and like you said, Starkiller, who would use both sides of the Force. But now I guess they just kind of they changed it, so now it's just like a general Force sensitive person. I mean, there's Ahsoka, who's like, I guess now technically a Grey Jedi, but they don't really like. But I feel like Grey Jedi in new context is different from Grey Jedi from old context. Because it feels like Ahsoka is more so just so happened of like someone who rejected being a Jedi and just kind of does their own thing, as opposed to Grey Jedi who had the like purposeful intention of like studying and using both sides, and like the whole point, like they made it like a point to like use both to find a balance and maintain that balance, as opposed to now it's just kind of like, oh, we just don't really care about either and we just want to do whatever. But that's just my 2 cents. I do kind of miss the old style, but Disney, you know, what are you gonna do?
Always wanted to go strolling through a ghost town.
Where the fuck am I? Oh my god, this place is huge. Yeah, yeah. I could go off.
Former townsfolk.
I could go off about how much I am not a fan of new canon Star Wars, but oh well, I guess. Literally, what can you do? Just gonna shrug it off. Wait, started storing it. Drill attention for the both of us. I my doors in the morning. Send to direct by the okay. I would perish if I see the words Disney had bought DC. No, instead we're subject to DC being at the whims of Warner Brothers. Jesus fucking Christ. Whose drugs are these, man? Don't just leave your drugs on the floor. Oh! Look what I found. That's quest 1. Down the drain. Speaking of down the drain. I miss watching Columbo. I'm not familiar with that show. Is that a show? So also, I got you with the redeems. You know, I've gotten into the habit of doing stretches in the morning. It sounds like a dumb thing to say, but like I used to just kind of not really stretch, just kind of get up out of bed, just kind of do my thing, but dude, you really should stretch. It's been very good for my back, I feel.
It's like the color came back. Like I was tuned to the wrong band all this time, and now the static's gone. I'm finally clear-headed, focused. There's so much I'm excited to do. I feel like me again. Side effects? I guess I've noticed people staring at me a lot more lately. Hard to talk to them sometimes. Feels like they don't get it. Maybe they just don't trust it. Or maybe they don't trust me.
I'm calling it right now. Everyone got put on drugs. And then the drugs were tainted. Oh, it's a journal. Oh, it's this guy's journal. I'm just stumbling across these. I'm not even looking for them. Yeah, and then the tainted drugs made everyone go crazy. That's my assumption. Calling it right now. Columbo is a classic American television show. Oh. I've never heard of it. What was it about? I used to watch a lot of classic British television, even though I've never lived in Britain. I just got really into Doctor Who and Sherlock. I think we're done here. Right? Sprat. Everywhere. There's just drugs everywhere, man. Another sprat. I love Doctor Who and Sherlock, and I'm Irish. They're good shows. They're Oh, hi.
Here they come! We're on for Felix.
Goodbye. But yeah, I like grew up watching Doctor Who. Oh, this is the dealer. Just gonna open that. Infested flechette gun. Steals toxic damage. I'll stick to my light machine gun. I grew up watching old stuff as well. Hell yeah. They're called classics for a reason. One thing I always wanted to get into, but I never got to like really invest myself in, was watching like old like Star Trek.
You're still in good shape. Wouldn't go amiss in Edgewater.
I figured Spacer's Choice had a little outpost here. But no, they got the whole asteroid to themselves. How do you just buy a whole asteroid?
Yeah, old Star Trek. I didn't get into Star Trek until I was like in my 20s. I was like, you know, I like this is like considered one of the greatest shows like ever. I'm just gonna start watching it, and then I started watching it, and to this day I'm still I'm still not done. There's so much to watch. I finished The Next Generation. I just need to watch. I'm like halfway through. Was it Deep Space Nine? There's too many shows to watch, man. I'm behind on all my shows. There's still like a bunch of shit I need to watch.
That's the last of them!
Columbo, Scarface, Doctor Who, Goodfellas, the original All Quiet on the Western Front, Star Trek, Star Wars, and more. Ooh. Some of those I didn't. I remember watching I watched Scarface for the first time when I was like, what is this, like 4 years ago. I had to watch that one a little late. Never seen Goodfellas though. Neither have I seen All Quiet on the Western Front. I've heard of the reboot. I'm assuming by the original you don't mean the one that's on Netflix, which I'm assuming is a recreation. Everyone's fucking packing medium armor, man. I want heavy armor. BRB, sure thing. I will be here looting. The looting never ends. Holy shit. Oh great, the one piece of heavy armor I find and it's dog shit. Anything else here?
Great work.
Human inquiry and auditing. Do I need to be in here? HIA facility interior. I don't think so, right? Oh wait, no. There's a there's a journal in here. Damn it! Of course, it's actually a scavenger hunt. These things are all over the map. Okay. HIA fucking god damn it. Gotta keep going down the canyon. Is there a safe way down? Elevator. 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 Look at us. Couple of cards, though. You know, I'm half tempted. Ooh. Oh, I'm here. I'm half tempted to install a mod, but then I would be breaking the vanilla experience of my entire playthrough, which, like, wouldn't be completely messed up, because I want to install a third-person mod. I feel like this game would be more enjoyable in third person, because this is just Fallout, and I played Fallout. I played all the Fallout games in third person. I don't play them in first person, and this game, it just makes me feel like I should be playing in third person. In the canyon we go. Oh boy, I can't wait to what's that line? It's like, oh boy, I can't wait to eat some Dodongos. Oh boy. I am stunned. I'm not stunned, I'm like dazed. My head is crippled. Frostasar. This is a new one. Kind of looks like a Raptidon. Kind of just looks like a blue Raptidon. Don't know why it's considered another species. What's in the cave? Let's find out. You know what else I kind of really wish I could get? That a mod would probably fix. There's no fucking flashlight. I can't fucking see, man. Like, can I really not get like a flashlight in my helmet, or like clip one to my chest? Secret hideout, huh? Oh, this passage is this passage is exclusive to members of the Sacred Society of Super Science Sidekicks. To gain access to this sacred sanctum, you must prove you are a true and worthy fan of the inimitable. That's a new word. Inestimable inestimable, incomparable ace exterminator Archibald Excelsior. Interested? Find us the following locations and demonstrate your worth. New quest. Go everywhere. Thank you for using Gemma Sign your space and your central message system. For the reminder, your messages are company property. To those who come after. Whoever gets gone to hell, you can expect it to come back. Can't search. Upload. Okay. What's this quest looking like? Interesting.
Hey, Felix.
Please, Parvati, no more riddles. My brain's still spinning from the last one.
Do you know animal, vegetable, mineral?
Yeah, we used to play that game in the back bays when we were kids. The answer was always Sprat. Anyway, animal?
Yes.
Alright, here we go. Is it bigger than a mantipillar?
I don't think so. No, it ain't.
Oh, so it ain't a mantiqueen. Well, I'm bored now.
Oh, come on, don't be a spoil sport.
Fine, fine. Is it brown?
Nope.
Oh, other building.
So it ain't cysty pigs then. Ugh, this is so boring. Hold on. I know. It's salt tuna, ain't it?
Absolutely. How'd you know?
Well, salt tuna's about the only thing you talk about. Salt tuna and mechanicals.
You know, all this video game talk about tuna unironically makes me want tuna. Oh, it's fucking down there. Cannons. There used to be this place, this Asian market, where I used to be able to get these rice balls wrapped in seaweed that had tuna inside. That's like a filling. Those things were so good. And I kind of really want one now. Sprat. Yeah. How many Adrena times do I have? Oh my god. Everyone in this fucking planet's getting baked, bro. I'm looting.
Dr. Ambrose, tell me about Adrenatime. What does it do?
Hasn't Clarence already dumped a pile of promotional materials on your head?
Where's the fun in that? My listeners want to hear it in your own words.
It's an injectable drug that improves a patient's speed, awareness, mental acuity, and endurance. In moderation, Adrenatime will uplift the laboring classes by strengthening their minds and work ethic.
That's quite the mission. What's driving this vision of uplift?
I am a solutions-oriented woman. I see a problem and I am moved to solve it. Poverty is one such problem. Through science, I believe we can improve the poor, and in so doing, improve Halcyon.
Jesus Christ, man. So is it like heroin or cocaine? Why is there an X here? Nope. God damn it.
We're definitely trespassing. But don't let that stop you.
Watch your step, Captain. Traps there, there, over there. Well, just about everywhere.
Beans! Beans!
We call them marauders.
Beans!
Like they have some kind of group identity. They don't. The name was coined in Edgewater, I think. One of the towns first hit by the Adrenatime crisis. A lonely Spacer's Choice outpost on the edge of a barren sea.
Welcome back, Amir.
A prime place for the company to test a disastrous new product. When the town started...
It's like an observatory to me. There's gotta be a clue around here somewhere.
I read the reports. Every missing person. Every unexpected death. A town already teetering on the edge, and Adrenatime shoved it off a cliff.
Oh. You know what I think? I think Adrenatime makes marauders. Not only does it make marauders, but it was pushed by Spacer's Choice around the galaxy.
When does a man become marauder? People talk about them as if they've transformed, like they've mutated. I see it in the Aetherwave broadcasts, read it in the papers. But beneath their masks, they're only people. Dangerous people with a terrible illness, but people still. When we call a man a marauder, have we given up on him? How do we know when he's become one? How can you decide to give up on someone? Have I given up on Harvey? Who does this suffering serve, I wonder? Spacer's choice?
That's good enough. Stargate was another thing I watched growing up. I have heard so many good things about Stargate. One thing I wanted to get into, but was like a little, like, I was too young, so I missed the wave for it. Was Battlestar Galactica. I heard a lot of good things about that, and it seems like from what I've been told, people tell me like, oh, like this would be right up your alley, like, oh, you would really like this, but I just never seen it. Also watched Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. I couldn't really get into Breaking Bad. I watched like half of it and I was like, I don't know if this is for me. Llama Rock. Let's go over here. Marauder Stronghold. Oh. Well, I do too much damage. Who are you, Charles from accounting? Defaced Moonman helmet and special delivery science weapon. Heavy weapon. Remodeled low pressure suit. Yeah. It's also a good novel. Oh, I didn't know that was a novel. Or did I? Did I know that? I don't think I did. It's a novel by Cormac McCarthy. It was adapted into a critically acclaimed film in 2007 by the Coen brothers. Oh. I did not know this. I think I've heard of people talk about that. Never looked into it myself, though. Sorry.
Nice work. Huh. This fellow's missing an arm, just like. Hey.
Oh shit.
Is that Lucky Montoya?
It's Lucky.
I stumbled onto something big. Bigger than Minnie Ambrose's journal. Spacer's Choice wasn't making Adrenatime for humans. They were making it for canids. The ads were all smoke and mirrors. There's no way they'd make something this dangerous for people. But why? To build an army, like in the Archie Excelsior comics? To make them smart, so they can do most of our jobs? To make them smart and give them thumbs, so they can do all of our jobs? Only one way to find out.
Mm-hmm. So was it like an experiment gone wrong? Or just something they made it for Canids and then were like, fuck it, we'll just give it to people. We already spent the time making it. I feel like that would be something they do. Package for Captain Babbage. Okay. Boy. Oh boy.
Live here. Folks just like us, Captain.
This sort of thing's happening all over the colony. Homes falling to pieces. People fall to pieces too. Except they turn marauders.
Hydrate. Okay. It's actually really hot today. I should get like I should get some ice. That's what I fucking need. None of my drinks are iced. Guys, subscribe to the channel so I can buy a mini fridge. Oh, I'm over encumbered. God damn it. Damn it, I'm like super over encumbered. And there's bad guys. Here I go killing again. I bet it's all this fucking Adrena time I'm carrying. Can I fast travel back here? No. Alright, we'll just have to loot in slow motion, I guess. How bad is it? It's not bad, actually. I can fix that. I have body boosters. Body boosters. There we go. Now I can sprint. Now, I will say this about this planet, though. Unique music. Fucking finally. Going this entire game without music is so painful. Cause it's just like, oh, what if we had Fallout, but none of the, like, appealing parts of the aesthetic. It's just space. What's the aesthetic? Space. Oh, you don't like space? Well, too bad. You think there's music in space? There's no music in space. We live in a space world where music is fucking banned, I guess. Half tempted to plug in my own Spotify. I'm over encumbered again. Let me just finish looting this town. Spacers Corona. I'm so over encumbered. God damn it. It's all like armor and weapons that I don't need. It's gonna end up selling all of it. Alright, I'm gonna assume that there's a fucking checkpoint up ahead so I can fast travel. No music! Clap clap! No music! Probably, yeah, probably the music in this game isn't remarkable. It is not. It is not. The music, the ambience, I gotta say, really lacking. Oh my god. What's my weight looking like? Oh god, I'm so over encumbered. Also, hi CK. Hello. Good to hear from you again, friend. Wait, why am I being penalized? What's going on? Concuss. Oh. It's my status effects. Wait, I have something for that actually. Lou, are you a carrier of chronic? Thank you. Are you a carrier of chronic, adorable, and cute syndrome? Because every time I see you, my heart skips a beat. Aww. Well, aren't you sweet? No, you're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking. I think it's time we start putting points towards dialogue, because I don't even need to, actually. My shit's already almost max. Hang on, let me wait for this fucking debuff to go away so I can see what my stats actually look like. Alright, there we go. My lockpick's at 200, sneak's at 80, persuasion's at 159, we don't need to fucking touch that. I guess I could lie. Up my lying? There's not really like a huge reason to need this. I could do companion stuff. Although I'm gonna be honest, they're kind of fine. We're kind of fine. we don't struggle with any fucking like issues in this game. I'm kind of built really powerfully. So we just do lie. For fuck of it. I'll just bring it to 50. We'll round out some things. Sneak, sure. Ooh, hacking actually, that's probably a good one. I can round out my sneak to 45. We'll do that, and then next level I'll put hacking. I guess that is the one thing I could actually probably use. Because, like, other than that, my stats are kind of fucking crazy. Stardew Fallout. I wouldn't say it's Stardew. Definitely Fallout. Nothing else here. TBH, it's why I like this game. I do like this game as well. As much as I have, like, I make small nitpicking comments, I do actually thoroughly, really enjoy this game. I think my only real criticism is like, wow, holy shit, this music sucks. Actually, correction, there is no music. There is no music. The soundtrack, terrible. Not even like in saloons, you know? I'll go to like a bar and there's no jukebox playing or anything. It's like, this is really, it's really fucking boring. It's because you care. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Really sucks me out of like the immersion of like, does no one listen to music on this fucking galaxy? You guys don't have stereos, iPods? I would kill for like a galaxy-wide radio station that I could tune into. Can I fast travel here? Yes, thank God. Alright, we are so out of here. Let me just finish. Alright, we're done here. Alright. I need a fucking landing pad. I need to sell all my shit. I have so much shit. Space jazz? Anything. Yeah, bro. I'll take anything. And like, even in like epic moments, the epic music just sounds like generic sci-fi music. Like, Mass Effect had generic sci-fi music, but like that, when they had like an epic moment, like, shit was epic. Hold on. I'm about to make a lot of money really quickly. Check this out. Actually, I should probably check the armor. Do I need any of these? I guess bigger question would be, can I give these to my companions? No, this is all like 34, 34. Majority of this isn't even heavy armor. I guess that's the biggest thing I can compare this to. This is if Fallout and Mass Effect had a baby. That's actually what I would consider this game to play like. Yeah, no, all this armor is fucking trash. Alright, time to make a lot of money. Let me sell the fucking Adrena time I have, man. That's fucking, I don't need this shit. Where is it? 252 Adrena time. That's almost as much as I have regular Adreno. And I'm back to 60k. I'll hang on to the rest of these. And sold. Yep. I need to play Mass Effect. I would highly recommend Mass Effect. The Legendary Edition did wonders for that game, for the series.
Initiating ocular measurement.
Show the scanner the preserved eye.
Measurement complete. Ocular identification complete. Welcome, Clarence Mostly. Access granted. Welcome to the Office of Creative Incubation.
Cool. What was I gonna say? But you know what else though? Mass Effect had music. because they had like, you know, obviously it's an entire like it's a whole galaxy. So, you know, there's bars.
You telling me Spacer's Choice can build an office this pretty that can't pay their workers a couple more bits?
There's bars, there's clubs. When you go to the
For Edgewater. Oh, it's just salt tuna. Come on, we got a volcano too.
Ah, the Spacer's chosen. Lousiest team that ever did swing a tossball stick.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, so like you would go to a club. Oh man, like that's not even okay, you know what? Hang on. Hang on. Who could forget this absolute banger from Mass Effect 2? Was it the underground one? I think it was Purgatory, right? Fixed and base boosted. No. Purgatory is Mass Effect 3. No. Hang on. What was the club in the Mass Effect? Afterlife is what it was called. On Omega. They had this fucking banger of a song. Let me show you. Oh no, wait, this isn't it. That's not it. Upper level? No, the lower level. Yeah! Oh fuck, I tabbed out.
I suppose you wanted an interview.
Even better. I think we can help each other. I'm a military reporter with the show called...
Oh fuck, wait a minute, hold on, my YouTube's on autoplay. What is this playing? Stop! Oh, it's a fucking remix and I got the shit out of here. Alright, but you get the point though, that song's a banger. Hell yeah, I fuck with EDM. Hell yeah. Yo, the Mass Effect club music is literally all just space EDM. And it goes kind of hard. And then there's like a whole inside joke about how like General Shepard, about how Shepard can't dance. Also, I think my game just crashed my Windows. Like, that's character, bro. This game needs that kind of character. Yeah, my shit just completely crashed. Uh-oh. Hang on. Curse you, Epic Games launcher. God damn. I have to do the world's fastest PC reboot. I'm not gonna be going anywhere though. I'm still here. I was talking about Mass Effect, man. I wish I could stream all of Mass Effect, but like I played through the whole series when the Legendary Edition came out, and that was like right before I started like streaming again. I was like off at that time. And also like I don't know. I can't really. So like when I played through the Legendary, so I played through Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 for the very first time normally many years ago. This is back when they like first came out originally on PlayStation 3. Love those games. When I did that playthrough, that was just me running through it like how I run through games. And then when the Legendary Edition came out, I was like, I'm gonna go for the perfect ending, like the wait a minute, what? Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the perfect ending, where like I do everything perfectly. I get the good ending to all the conflicts. Cause like there's this one ending to Mass Effect 3 where like, cause I don't know how to say this without massively spoiling their series. On a normal ending, it's like, oh, book close, that's the story, kids. Fucking the end, roll credits. But if you get the perfect ending, which you can only get by like resolving every conflict and like helping everyone and like having like a really high like score in the third game, you can get like a Marvel style post credits cutscene that's like 3 seconds of like it's a cliffhanger of like, oh, because you're originally supposed to think, oh, X character dies, but when you do the perfect ending, it's a glimpse of that person and you're like, oh shit, cliffhanger, they're not actually dead. Although it's kind of left ambiguous. We're not entirely sure. And we're not really like supposed to know. And I think that was cool. I was like, I'm gonna get the perfect ending. And then I got the perfect ending. And I'm like, okay, I have completed the series. There is nothing left for me to do. I could do an evil playthrough, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't really want to. Just because the perfect ending, when you do it on the good run, it's perfect. Everyone's happy. Everyone gets their issues resolved. And that is also, like, in my opinion, the intended way to play the game. Like, you could go Renegade, but going Paragon is, I don't know, you just feel cool. Is it one of those? Is it one of those? It's a $60 soundtrack that comes with a game. No, I wouldn't call it that. It's more like it's a fucking. It's one of. You know what? I'll fucking say it. Mass Effect is probably one of the greatest RPG sci-fi games that's ever existed. They fuck like period. It just so happens that the soundtrack is also really good. Like, listen to this combat soundtrack. Boring. Oh. Hang on. Oh boy! I'm killing all of you.
Can you imagine watching Terror on Monarch in this place?
And they're all dead. Cool, I like that. I like Shadow the Hedgehog. Oh, because the good and bad things? Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole, like, morality system. And, like, you can be evil, but still do good things. You're just kind of, like... You can choose whether or not you want to be, like... Whether you want to do, like, evil things, or just be, like... Have, like, a... bad personality. Because you could be an asshole, but, like, still, like... accomplish missions. Or you could, like... just straight up, like, kill people. And, like, if you get your morality level to, like, a certain level, you could, like, resolve conflicts. Like, if you do the Paragon, and you're at, like, a high enough level, you can, like, resolve conflicts peacefully just by, like, talking people down. But if you do the evil route, then you like, instigate things. I don't know what I just hacked. Although, like, you do get, like, unique and interesting, like, dialogue options and, like, cutscenes when you do an evil playthrough, but in my opinion, you could just look that up on YouTube. The best video game, yeah. I do genuinely think it's one of the greatest games to have ever graced this earth. That's like that's gonna be, it's like Doom, you know, in like 15 to 20 years, we're like people are gonna, that's gonna be like regarded as like a video game classic. Like, oh, you play video games? You've probably played Mass Effect. It's very popular, which makes Mass Effect Andromeda like even way more like devastating. I haven't even, you know what? That's crazy. That's the even crazier part too. Mass Effect Andromeda is so bad, I haven't even played it. And I kind of want to play it just to experience how awful it is, but I saw, so like when it came out, I was still living with my brother, and I watched him play through it, and the whole time I'm just like dumbfounded. Like, holy shit. I can't believe they made Mass Effect look like ass. And like like later down the line I would end up getting it for free. So I own Andromeda now. I have my own personal copy, but now I just never played it. I've had this like I've had this shit like sitting in my inventory for like I mean like my library for like a good amount of years now, and I can't muster up the courage. I'm just like, man, I don't want to, because then it's like, because you know what it is? It's like I don't want to dedicate like 60 hours into something that I know I'm not going to enjoy. So it's like, then why would I do it in the first place? I could probably mod it to make it less, like more bearable. But then I would have to put in time to research what are the mods, how to install them. And at the end of the day, I'm not even sure if it's even going to be worth it anymore, because they're making a new Mass Effect, which I'm assuming is either going to be like some type of Mass Effect 4. Because Andromeda was technically Mass Effect 4, but they didn't name it Mass Effect 4. They named it Andromeda because it was supposed to be its own like spin-off thing, which I debatably might even like. I'm kind of want to make the assumption of like they're probably going to decanonize it.
Formulations on humans, correct? Where did it come from, Dr. Ambrose?
Oh shit.
Everyone all right?
They come from Tartarus, don't they?
They do.
Why the reluctance? Providing life-affirming employment to the indigent, the criminally indigent? Oh, that's a social good, don't you agree?
I have a staff meeting to attend. Excuse me.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm pretty sure I have a gut feeling it's going to be made not canon, or if so, it's going to be treated like unofficially as if it's not in canon, and at that point, it's like, then why would I bother? I could just wait for the real Mass Effect 4. And there's a true ending where you go super and get the truth of his origin. Oh, and Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah. I know about that one. For the Vine. But I don't want to play the game for the Vine. There's just so much trash lying everywhere. Where am I even going anymore? I'm kind of lost. Upstairs? Hmm. hope for the best if it's just a fumble, and if people care enough to work on a new project, it makes me kind of optimistic. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of how I see it too. Is like if
the executive office. Excuse me while I leave muddy tracks all over the floor.
if the new one is like where they're putting all their cards into and are gonna like they've been spending years cooking this thing, so it's like then I'm just gonna invest myself into that one. Fine, I will check my posture. Bro, I think I made my for real OC. I'm gonna send you the drawing. Ooh, oh yeah? Send me it. Show it to me. Your OC. Hand it over. Flurry. Did I just pick up a unique fucking heavy light machine gun? Hammersmith level 26. Aw, mine's is better. It even has the same mods. This is just worse. Why is it special? It just has a name. That's kind of dumb. I could level it, but I don't think there's a point. Would it not be equal? Whatever. Hang on, let me check. Alright. Incoming messages. That was my Discord notification. Nobody panic. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh shit. Oh, I love it. A gray fox? Okay. This is cute. I love the Sonic style. Hell yeah, dude. What made you want to pick Gray Fox? Override lockdown.
I knew I heard a little weasel sniffing about. You'd best go back the way you came. There's nothing for you here.
If you're about to issue me a dire warning, you can eat it.
I understand that you think yourself a big hero here on a big, important job. The last one did too. But you've grossly misapprehended the situation here. This place is a graveyard. All that was done here should be forgotten and left to rot.
Yeah?
Gorgon is the birthplace of marauders. We created them here, in this very facility. They are our misbegotten children, born of hubris and vanity.
I don't understand. They made marauders here? How?
With Adrena time.
That don't make any sense. How could marauders get to Edgewater from all the way out here?
They hold no fondness for trespassers. I've placed the facility under emergency lockdown to keep them safe. Let the marauders die in peace, or I will make certain that you die with them.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I'm actually so happy with it. They're native foxes. Oh. Hell yeah. I like it a lot. I approve. Very cute.
Oh, Captain. We're in a proper mystery now.
We never listened to warnings before. I don't expect we'll start now.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking for a comms tower, right? Ought to be one of the tallest things around. It's gonna get a signal past these canyons.
Didn't we see a big communication tower on the way over here?
I sure hope that spooky person on the screen ain't waiting for us. I'm about ready to jump out of my skin as it is.
It's okay. I'll just kill him. It's time to make a PNG tuber avatar. Fuck yes. Do it. Do it. I opened HIA. Should we just go there? What else is there? ChemLab and HIA. Where's ChemLab? ChemLab's down there. HIA. I think we just go here. What is that loading screen? What the fuck is that? What is loading? Get this thing off of me. It's like on my face. Oh, but for real, what the fuck is that? Oh, I know what that is. Okay. Oh, I need a passkey. What did I just unlock? Oh, right, I need to kill people. Wrong weapon.
Score one for Felix.
I unlocked the building. Which one was it? Which building was it? Oh, right. Okay, I need to send. Okay. I'll do that later. To the ruins. Loot. I love looting. Oh my god, I love looting. Looting is so good. I love looting. Look at me, I'm looting. Look at me go. Oh boy, I'm looting. Oh boy. Alright, that's everything. Directory. Go. Hey, what now? Okay. Kinda dumb that I have to leave the planet, but okay. We will go to Byzantium. 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 Byzantium.
Captain, transmission request from Ambrose Manor.
Mm-hmm.
Captain, imagine my surprise when I saw the Unreliable leaving Gorgon with so much urgency and purpose. Tell me you found Mother's journal. I'm positively dying for good news.
Someone warned me to stay away from Gorgon, then lock the place down.
Someone? You mean someone still has access to the facility? Oh, after all this time. Who was it?
Could be an agent from Spacer's Choice who doesn't appreciate spies.
Of course. They know you're on the case and they're scrambling to cover their tracks. Good thinking, Captain. Make sure you have eyes on the back of your head. I doubt we've seen the last of this human vexation. If I know Spacer's Choice, getting past the lockdown will be more complicated than just hitting a big red button. You'll need authorization and layers of it.
I don't suppose your mom left you any passwords or mysterious keycards?
No. I think you're going to have to rely on good old-fashioned detective work. It's a good thing you have keen senses, a reliable ship, and a very wealthy sponsor.
Do you know Gorgon was developing Adrenatime?
I knew Mother was involved with some important chemical trials, but I had no idea her pet project was Adrenatime. Adrenatime is a working man's stimulant, like a caffeinoid. Very popular at launch, though the marketing quieted down over time.
Were you aware Adrenatime made Marauders?
What? No. I mean, there's some very morbid wording in the fine print, but I had no idea Adrenatime could make marauders out of people. That's it. That must be it. Spacer's Choice is keeping their dirty little secret about Adrenatime off the record. We have to find Mother's journal. If we don't, then Spacer's Choice gets away with murder. I only hope we aren't too late.
I should go.
Safe travels. If your leads give you any trouble, be sure and give them some trouble back, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Ta!
Mm-hmm. 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 Last time I was in Byzantium, I shot up like the whole play. Yeah, they're still aggro. Okay, well.
Whoever it was.
Yeah, Byzantium does not like me. And I don't like Byzantium. Where am I going? Way the fuck over there, okay. You think they all respawn? No, everyone's still dead. Bodies layer the streets.
Hey, I know your face. You're wanted by the board.
Mm-hmm.
Slow down. What's the hurry?
I could walk past you, but I won't.
Wow. You're a living, breathing outlaw. That is, until security outside gets their eyes on you, but let's not spoil the moment. If you're here for the annual Canid review, I'm afraid it's already over. Only thing going on behind those doors is good, old-fashioned lawful behavior. This greeting constitutes your confidentiality agreement. You hereby agree not to disclose the location or existence of these events. Thank you for cooperating.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's just so encouraging to hear. I'll just go ahead and add your comment to my permanent record. Now then, how can I help you?
I'm looking for Clarence Mosley.
Mr. Mosley is indeed attending our event, although I am disappointed to discover he did not officially enter his Canid La Place into our competition. You should find Mr. Mosley just inside the prep room. Head inside and take the door to your left.
Okay.
Oh, just hear me out.
Oh, it's a dog show. Cute.
Hey, Maverick Johnston's newest star. I've got a question for you. Do you know the interesting thing about Canid shows?
No.
Good instincts. Mathematically speaking, the interesting thing about Canid shows is this. They're an exercise in futility. Winning is predetermined. Over time, the inevitable trend is that the race goes to the swift. Time and chance are just statistical outliers. In other words, if you put enough Canids through enough trials, the one with the most optimal attributes generally wins. Exercise in futility.
Mm-hmm. You Clarence?
What gave me away? Wait, don't tell me. You've read my monograph, Putting the Us in Calculus, or How to Use Mathematics to Find Your Statistically Significant Other. I'm afraid I don't really do autographs, but yes, I am Clarence Mostly.
Mostly Fine Furniture Company? Do I know you?
Yes, that's us. Mostly oak trees, too. My grandfather invented them, you know. Well, no, he didn't invent mostly oaks, but he did purchase the naming rights back during the terraforming days. It's essentially the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Gorgon.
Oh. Then you're not here about my monograph. It's true, I was involved with Project Gorgon, but that chapter of my life is long since closed. Listen, I don't know what you want with Gorgon or with me, but let me give you some free advice, Let the past go. Live in the moment. Enjoy the party.
How do I lift the lockdown?
I was wondering if you were the sort of person to accept sensible advice or respond with threats of violence. Thank you for resolving that ambiguity for me. Lifting the lockdown won't be easy. You'll need to send overrides from the Chem Lab and Human Inquiry. I don't have that level of clearance, but I know 2 people who do. The trouble is, I don't know you. I don't trust you. I washed my hands of Gorgon, and you're asking me to dirty them all over again. I'm going to need a good reason.
I'm really heavily armed. Sure.
Right, of course. Thank you for reminding me. Point well taken. I want a favor from you. Do something for me, and I'll do something for you. That way, we don't have to rely on mutual trust. The grand prize trophy to the Canid Review. I want it in my hands. Get me that trophy, and I'll give you the remaining researchers. Names, locations, as much information as I have.
Fine.
What, really? You'll do it? I mean, just like that? Don't you want to know why I asked you?
I don't care. Because you're insecure and you want a trophy to feel better about yourself? Damn. I'm just gonna say I don't care, because I don't actually care.
Head into the main hall and take the elevator down into the maintenance tunnels. You'll find a service passage that leads up into the trophy room. The maintenance tunnel is the only way up into the trophy room. Some technician barred the door shut on our end. Ask Tilda Coatsworth about it, over by the podium.
Okay.
Come now, Anubis.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Wow, you got that?
System.
Wait, what did I just pick up? Damn. That actually hurt.
Everyone all right?
I'm guessing that's what I picked up.
These poor Canids. What kind of monster does something like this?
What's behind the wall? Nothing! Nothing! How do I get in the room? Oh.
Yes, hands, Cap.
Is it really that easy?
Wish I could do that.
Most dangerous game.
Wow, that trophy is real gold? I figured there'd be chocolate inside.
Oh, you don't have to be scared of these Canids, Captain. I don't think they're gonna hurt you.
You know, the careers of 9 out of 13 actors end after their debut serial. Enjoy the fame while it lasts. My trophy! Look at this thing! Have you ever seen a more garish monument to the boredom of the elite? If only Grandfather Mostly were alive today, I would have loved to wave this trophy right in front of his cataracts. I hope you won't take it personally when I say I had my doubts about you. Nothing ever gets done in Byzantium, you see. Competent work is, well, a statistical anomaly. Lifting the emergency lockdown requires overrides from the Chem Lab and Human Inquiry. Access to those facilities requires authorizations from 2 senior-level researchers, Marion Blakesley, Jasper Lowe. They went into hiding after the project collapsed, but I've managed to calculate their last known whereabouts within a reasonable margin of error. I see you're familiar with my technique. I'd love to show you my numbers, but there aren't nearly enough napkins in this room. After the project shut down, I had to keep my mind occupied. I worked on my actuarial tables, calculated the average lifespan of a Spacer's Choice worker, that sort of thing. I realized some of the researchers had to be alive. I ran some numbers, did a little research, and concluded that the 2 most likely survivors are Marion Blakesley and Jasper Lowe.
You haven't been able to let go of Project Gorgon either.
Nonsense. I just needed a good old-fashioned statistical problem to busy my mind. Keeps the faculties lubricated.
I don't trust you. Talking about leaving the past behind, but you feel responsible.
Let me stop you there. I don't accept anything for free. And if you're going to analyze me, I'd have to go through the trouble of hiring you on contract. Think what you will of my intentions, my calculations are sound. You'll find Marion Blakesley and Jasper Lowe at the enclosed locations.
Okay.
Try to exercise caution. It's good for your lifespan.
Are you looking out for me? Now I'll just take it. Wait.
Never cared much for hors d'oeuvres. The word is just grotesque. All those superfluous letters ruin my appetite.
Mm-hmm. Does this eyeball belong to you?
My eye! I was wondering where I'd misplaced that old thing. It's perfectly preserved, you know. Every eye possesses unique dimensions, not unlike a fingerprint. The circumference, the shape, the color of the iris. An eye makes excellent proof of identification, assuming you don't mind removing one. I'd rather not get into the details. If Spacer's Choice ever asks you to test out their new model of monocle, just say no.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's rather responsible of you. I'll put a good word in your permanent record.
You'd only be letting them into the Zen.
Oh boy. We're the fucking people. Blakesley's on the Groundbreaker. This suit's on Olympus. Okay, we'll go to the Groundbreaker first. The Groundbreaker! The Groundbreaker!
Someone has left a threatening message on your terminal, Captain. I was unable to trace its origin. Please make a note of it.
On my terminal, I have been sent hate mail. Hacking. Some fucking cluster. Probe messenger. Gorgon Facility Transmission Tower Alpha. Interesting. When the fuck did I get all these souvenirs? Olympus is unlocked! Where the fuck was I going? Groundbreaker. 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 Administrator Ludo dead! Yeah, I fucking killed his ass. Nope.
Look at these whole heads, walking around like they run the place.
Hey you, over here. It's Chad. Whoa, 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 it's Riz. Oh, fucking damn it. Every time. So, hey, you trespassing, and I'm armed. Maybe take a second look at your life choices, pal.
What are you gonna say?
Jimmy used to work security for Rizzo's before he got fired for... what was it again? Rank incompetence and gross odor? Or was it gross incompetence and rank odor?
Oh, you think you're funny, kid? You want to hear a little jingle? I'll get your head ringing.
You know this guy, Felix?
I've seen these guys around. They like to walk with cold shoulders and play at being mercenaries. What do they call themselves again? Landscapers? Green thumbs?
Gardeners. We're the gardeners. And you know this is our turf, kid.
I just heard a Discord message, but I don't even have Discord open. What the fuck? Okay. Does Junlei know you're here?
We ain't subversives. We're gainfully employed. This is a private contract.
You guys actually got hired? I don't believe it. Who's the contract for?
For Marion Blakesley. Dr. Marion Blakesley. Very legitimate. Thing is, she don't want visitors. Miss Junlei can't get too mad if we rough up some trespassers. Especially if I was nice enough to warn him first.
Oh shit, let's go! She might get a little steamed if you hurt her girlfriend.
Hi, I'm the girlfriend.
Oh, shit. Fine, fine. You want to check out the lab? Go for it. We won't stop you. But Blakesley's got her own setup in there, and she doesn't like guests. So, if you get shot, I'm telling Junlei I never saw you. This one's clear, guys.
Nice going, boss.
Some days, it's like I don't know what to do with myself.
This must be a step up from force factories, huh? Doesn't look like either of us.
I would kill all of you in seconds.
You have to be kidding me. I thought I made myself clear. Wait, what's with this camera? Hello? Damn it. Look, I get it. Some people need things spelled out for them. I'm sure one of the biomechanicals can explain.
Observation log. Date. Well, never mind. Hybridization efforts have proven successful, and the nursery's yield is improving steadily. Meanwhile, the psychological benefits of gardening are difficult to assess without a control group. Subjective reflection suggests minor gains in memory retention and contentment.
System alert.
I love looting. I love looting.
Observation log. Date. Who knows? Subject number. Well, let's call him Percy. Percy here has discovered the secret to success. He has lifted the veil and found the pattern. You accept?
Little guy, climb that corporate ladder.
Life is easy. The second your molt comes in, pal.
What did that do? That just spawned a trash cube. Hacking too low. I'm telling you, hacking, that's going to be my next investment. Then I will actually be unstoppable. Bard, of course. Down the hole we go. Electrocute!
Everyone all right?
Electrocution. Ooh. Elevator. I don't need to go here yet.
You hear that humming? Sounds like some kind of generator.
$1,000-bit cartridge.
It's all in the wrist.
Huh. Wow.
So who the fuck? Oh, wait, hang on. I can't hear a damn thing. Just gonna shut this thing off. Right. Marion Blakesley, what can I do for you, Mr. Home Invasion?
I need to get into the HIA facility on Gorgon.
Spacer's Choice send you? Took your sweet time. Gorgon? I holed up in a forgotten cargo bay of a rotting colony ship just so I could never hear that name again. But here you are. That bastard. Is he still only mostly worthless, or has he achieved mathematical perfection in that regard?
He's into dog shows.
He'll be on to the next hobby in a week. Clearance lacks the attention span for this sort of thing. Someone wants to dig up the past, and you're the shovel, right?
I'm looking for Olympia Amorez's journal.
That's so? Long way to go for notes on a failed project. Corporate demanded a product they could throw onto shelves. That put the squeeze on low at Chem to develop formulas, samples. But how do you know if the product works? You run tests, see what happens. That's where human inquiry and auditing came in. I ran HIA, and HIA ran the tests again and again and again. And what happens is a whole lot of wasted time and even more bodies.
What was Spacer's Choice testing for?
You've heard the adverts, right? Work day and night, still feel refreshed the next morning. Now, what we tested for was dexterity, efficiency, compliance. The traits of a good employee. Numbers never came out right. I could have pumped gallons of those chemicals into every living soul in this colony. Wouldn't have changed that. What we got was marauders.
Thank you for the head pats, Otmir. But then Spacer's Choice shut the whole place down.
We had a few weird accidents, escapes, minor setbacks. But one day, all the test subjects got loose. Sabotage, they said. Wasn't just us. All of the facilities got hit hard. Shut us down for a while. That turned out to be the last straw.
Who's behind it?
Nah.
Didn't much care by then. Don't care much now. Spacer's Choice wasn't getting much use out of us anymore, so they shuttered the project, kicked Adrenatime out the door. And I came here.
Can you get me an HIA?
Indulge a scientist. What do you want out of this investigation of yours? Trying to liven up your memoir?
I'm just trying to spice up chapter 3. I was hired.
Yeah, well, people don't tend to exhume the past just so they can bury it again somewhere nicer. How about you, kid? You've got orphan written all over that baby face of yours. What do you get out of headbutting murderous auto mechanicals for your captain here?
First of all, I don't headbutt. I dropkick. As for what I get out of it, I don't know. It's fun.
Hope it stays that way, kid. That's all I've got. Here, I still have this pass. Don't much feel like hanging on to it anymore. Made my exit the moment the project started falling apart. Had to steal some credentials. This should get you into the volunteer induction entrance.
You hack Space's Choice database?
Please. I just messaged people with fake demands for their passwords. That's when they didn't just leave codes written down on pieces of paper. If I couldn't talk my way out past a simple facility lockdown, I'd be working for Rizzo's. That'll get you inside. What you do from there, that's up to you.
Advice?
Come on. I've left it behind me.
Intimidate.
You wouldn't. Damn it. Fine. Fine, here, I remember one of my access codes. Just punch in the keypad equivalent for replication. Should get you into the offices. Maybe get you to my terminal a little sooner. Go test that persistence of yours out on Gorgon.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll make sure the auto mechanicals don't bother you on the way out.
I killed them all. How do we get out of here? Oh yeah, elevator. Hacking. We do a little hacking as a treat. And I got a little perk. I got a little perk. A little bit of perk. A little bit of Wow. Gorgon. Oh wait, no, I should find the other motherfucker. Olympus. That motherfucker.
Captain, an unknown vessel is approaching our ship. Their intentions are currently indeterminate. Once I deduce their intentions, I will play one of two audio signals. A cheerful fanfare if they are friendly, alarms if they are hostile. Their intentions are no longer unknown.
Status report.
The unknown vessel has deployed a boarding mechanism. They will attach themselves to our airlock and attempt boarding shortly. That sound indicates that a boarding mechanism has successfully attached to our airlock. Captain, I am pleased to inform you that we are currently in the process of being boarded.
Lock and load.
Captain Hawthorne installed a lethal shark trap on our airlock in the event of an invasion. I am prepared to deploy this trap at a moment's notice.
Is this like the... So you said you had a Marauder deterrence system back in Emerald Vale.
I was bluffing, Captain. When we met in Emerald Vale, my systems were not fully operational. Even if they were, I might have made an exception for you. The invading ship appears to be a decommissioned storage vessel. The crew are either pirates or freelancers. My opinion of their competence is low.
How'd they find us?
Their ship is using a tracking device too sophisticated for their primitive astrogator. I conclude they are receiving outside assistance. If you prefer to make an escape, I can disable their boarding mechanism. However, as long as that tracking device remains on board their ship, they will be able to find us again.
How can you get us out of here?
Yes, Captain. I am capable of deploying the Unreliable's articulated thrusters to dislodge their ship from our own. This is a temporary solution, however. A permanent solution may require your personal intervention.
I'll do it.
Understood, Captain. I will be deploying the Unreliable's lethal deterrence system. Please approach the airlock and enjoy the show. Now initiating warm welcome protocol.
Electrifying and lethal to germs.
Got my head in the game, boss. Maybe we can talk when we're done here?
I thought we were safe in the Aether. Oh, well, I'm gonna have nightmares about this for weeks.
Assholes interrupted my beauty sleep.
I've been on the other side of a boarding dock enough to recognize amateurs.
We'll be here, Captain. Or will we? Haha. Just a little joke for you.
Like our opponent knows how to play defense. All right, freebooters, fall back and regroup.
Freebooters. Still.
Incoming!
It'd be funny if I could pull out their fucking generator. I'm over encumbered. Either they're a bunch of fucking tossball players, or they're just
Wow, how'd you do that?
themed mercenaries. Over encumbrance. Bathroom. There's a hole in the bathroom. Why is there a hole in the bathroom?
Great work.
Hole in the bathroom. I can't jump up there. Messages from Error. Ladder. The ladder. The ladder. I don't know if I can solve that with drugs. It's not even that good. Unreliable. Oh boy, I killed the ball.
Got my head in the game, boss. Maybe we can talk. When we're done here?
Welcome back, Captain. I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Understood.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What happened to these poor folks? It can't be the storm that did this.
Hang on, I gotta sell shit. Are we selling everything? Yeah, we're selling everything. Okay. Whoa! Is all this trash? Yeah, all this is like level 30 shit. I'm fucking King Oculus. Fuck, dude. I feel like I'm also carrying a bunch of trash over here. Nice.
Can't keep us out.
I don't care.
Get together, Kelly.
You're fast.
Sprats. Mm-hmm.
Everything's... Just breathe, Kelly. Everything's gonna be alright.
Repeatedly buzz the intercom button.
Stop making that noise. They'll hear you. Who's out there?
It me. Persuasion.
Really? I would be indebted to you for life. But how do I know I can believe you?
I have a good face.
I'll have to come out to assess it myself. Hold on. I'm opening the door.
Joke's on you, I don't have a face!
Let me just catch my breath. I swear, my heart's trying to punch its way out of my chest. Law, I'm so lucky you came along. I know it sounds crazy, but a little while back, I'd been gearing myself up to take a long walk off a short turbine platform. Then the security mechanicals broke out into a massacre, and I realized I really want to live. How can I help you help me get out of here?
Need a lift? Or actually, who are you?
I'm Kelly Marine, the receptionist. And before you ask, I wasn't manning the visitor's desk when the mechanicals went haywire, because no one comes here. Not ever. Not since all us station workers were dropped off at the start of the project a year ago. Project's on a yearly rotation cycle. Once a year, Anti-Cleo reviews our work and decides if we get more rations, personnel, deadlines, that sort of thing. At first, I thought it was an honor, getting assigned to a lab up in the ether high above Olympus. But I didn't know what it'd be like, day in and day out. Cabin fever sets in at about 90 days. Anti-Cleo's official term is contagious irritable claustrophobia, and it ain't covered by the company's medical policy.
Yeah, I could find Dr. Lowe.
If I had to guess, you'd probably find his body either in his office or the labs. Or heck, he could have been on the toilet. I don't know. No bones about it, he was the smartest of us all. Maybe he evaded the Automex, too. Watch yourself out there. If it's all the same to you, I'll just sneak my way onto your ship where it's safe. Drop me off on the groundbreaker and I'll be out of your hair in no time.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll just hide in a crate or something. You won't even know I was there. Here, this is my official laboratory headgear. I won't be needing it anymore, so it's all yours.
This thing's orbit is stable, right? Ada checked before we docked? Captain? Easy.
Wow. Oh, fuck. Hi, Sprat. Look at the little guy. Look at the little guy. Got some big ass eyes. Hello.
Great work.
Gonna be honest, I don't really think I care about what was going on over here. I'm just gonna press buttons. Beep boop beep. Beep boop beep beep boop boop. Boop beep beep beep. Beep boop beep boop.
Oh, you got that?
Hack it.
That won't do it all, Jasper. Imbecile. No, that won't do it all, Jasper, you imbecile.
Hi.
No, that won't do it all, Jasper, you imbecile.
Shit.
I tried to do that.
You tell me this shit was just open the whole time? That's really funny.
Damn it! I almost had it. The formula was in my mind and I almost had it. I was so close to a breakthrough, I could practically taste it. You really did pick the worst time to manifest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hang on. I see what's happening. You're real. Ergo, not a hallucination. This is interesting. I have several questions for you. Let's start with the obvious. Who are you, and how are you even alive?
Oh, my back. I'm Alex Hawthorne, Captain of the Unreliable. You must be Jackson Lowe.
Dr. Jasper Lowe? You see my uniform. Don't demote me like that. Right. That answers that. Next question. Do you come bearing fresh pharmaceuticals?
I don't think this fellow's entirely in his right mind.
Look, we all know you're here to interrogate me. If I'm going to go through this ordeal, I'm not doing it sober.
Sure.
New friends mean new birthdays to keep track of. And I can't spare much room in my mind palace for frivolous trinkets of information. But in this case, I'll make an exception. Dr. Jasper Lowe at your service. Pleased to meet you, friend.
Yeah, something. I'll deal with this later. you taking? What are you doing?
You mean my inhaler? It's designed to deliver a highly concentrated dose of Sky High right through my respiratory system. The formula's still a work in progress. Clears my mind for a few precious moments. The rowdy tenants of my mind palace stop their chattering, and in that silence, I experience clarity. Inspiration through inhalation. That's Sky High. Or it will be, once I perfect my formula.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Come on, boss. The guy's already hurting. Maybe we shouldn't be pushing him like this?
Are you sure that's such a good idea, Captain? Seems like this fella's head's already in the clouds.
Okay.
What's now?
I won't.
Take an inhale? Yes. An excellent suggestion.
Okay, maybe I should have.
Much better. My mind is clear. So are my sinuses, in fact.
What's going on in the chem lab?
No, you don't. There's nothing interesting in the chem lab. There's nothing interesting in Gorgon at all. Gorgon is a featureless rock dragged along by the gravitational current of a barren asteroid belt. The chem lab is a graveyard. You won't find anything there but the dead.
It's the truth I'm after.
The truth? What are you, some kind of hero from those old contraband serials? Digging through corporate secrets, stopping at nothing until you discover the truth? If you've set your heart on exploring my old labs, I won't try to dissuade you. Indulge me with a favor, and I'll give you the access you want. The electromechanical turbine is offline. Without any power, I can't possibly continue my work. Be a dear and reactivate it for me. That's all I ask.
Your friends are dead. Don't you think you should stop?
Not that it's any of your business, but I don't get to quit. My colleagues are dead, and yet I live. So I don't get to quit. Take the elevator to the storm platform at the top of this facility. Reactivate the turbine, and I'll give you the access you want.
Fine. Oh boy, here I go looting again. Is there anything I should know about? What's it? I'm dead. I've been killed. Is that the real Duty Juice? Is that the real Duty Juice killing me? Unable to kill me? Because I always come back. Hi. Hello. Hello. How are you? Good to see you. Been a while. Oh fuck. Hang on. Who's still shooting? Okay. Big chillin', dog. How about you? Same here, my dude. Big chillin'. Playing some video games. playing some games and taking it easy. Real professional streamer. Oh yeah, I've hit affiliate, you know. I've got I don't have any emotes. Well, I have one emote, but I have the ability to have emotes. Oh great, there's more of them. What the fuck? Is that thing evil? Yeah, it is. Oh shit. Oh shit. Thank you. Oh my god. I appreciate the sub. You can enjoy the one emote that I have. Kasike said he was gonna... He was working on some other emotes for me, but he's pretty busy, so I haven't asked for a follow-up with him on that. But yeah, thanks. Aren't we all? Yep. Such is life. I don't know what this is. And I'm still here, streaming my little video games, and I mean that's pretty much it. I'm beating a lot of them though. I'm getting through them, I'm almost done with this game though. I'm like, I finished the main like story of the game, except for the finale. Oh hey, speak of the devil. CK, it's Daniel. Daniel, it's CK. Yeah. My dude's here too, he's chilling. Oh fuck, I forgot to push the button. What's this thing? Yeah, so I beat the main campaign, but I haven't done the finale yet because the finale is like a point of no return thing. So, because I have the complete edition, I'm doing the 2 DLCs. I finished the first one. I feel like I'm like halfway through the second one. I don't think this DLC is very long, at least in compared to the first one, or maybe it is. I don't know. I'm kind of blowing through it, but I think that's because I'm over leveled. And then once I beat this DLC, I do the finale and I beat the game, and that's a wrap. And then I move on to the next one. Too many games. And if I'm not streaming a single player game, honestly, it's either Fortnite or Helldivers. Helldivers has had me on a grip. They've had a grip on my soul. Your life be lifting and I'm swinging that motherfucker for real. Hope you're doing well. Oh shit. I am thankfully. I hope despite all you're doing as well. I'm just waiting for Elden Ring DLC. Everything else bores me. I feel that. One more month. One more month. One more excruciating month, and we finally have Shadow of the Erdtree, which I'm also planning on streaming because of fucking course, man.
got it open.
Oh yeah. I still have my I never uninstalled Elden Ring from the first time that I beat it back when it first came out. And I technically 100% of the game. I only thing I didn't do was beat Melania because I can't beat Melania. It's skill issue. Actual skill issue. I have like I have a full like strength build with like giant hammers. And that she is too fast. I can't do it. I beat every other boss in that game, and I explored the whole map, did everything. Did a bunch of the quests. Obviously finished the game. Can't fucking beat her. Oh, that and the electric dragon. The one that like you fight in like a huge like circular arena. It's like white. I was never able to find that, but I had already stopped playing the game by the time that I figured out that thing even existed. But I've killed like almost every other, yeah, pretty much every other dragon in that game. I'm just missing the Lord of Frenzy Flame ending. That's all. Damn, you're doing multiple playthroughs? You're doing all the endings?
The facility's back on the grid, and my pipes again floweth with the sweet, sweet
Yeah.
essence of my salvation.
That takes dedication, my dude. I respect that. I also I did do a second playthrough with CK for a little bit, where we got through like a good chunk of like the beginning of the game. Excuse me. And we did that with the seamless co-op mod, because wow, the co-op normally without the seamless co-op mod is so bad. That shit is so ass, bro. I started a playthrough before the DLC was announced, and I regret it now. Oof. Yeah. And that game's so fucking huge too, dude. That's why I've just stuck to the one save file that I have. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go through this once, just so I can do it, experience it. I can't do it. I can't do it multiple times.
You'll need my voice to get into the chem lab. I'm obviously not coming with you, so I'm giving you a recording of my dulcet speech. This recording should get you into the chem lab. I hope whatever you're after is worth the trauma. I wouldn't go back there if I was higher than the mercury levels in a can of salt tuna. Wait, take my gun while you're at it. If you end up dying on Gorgon, there's a non-zero chance I'll feel partially responsible. Neither of us want that. Die, perhaps? Automechanical sentries are generally programmed to ignore corpses. I don't like the idea of going back to that place, to that life. Yes, I know it's not me risking my throat gallivanting around Gorgon. It's you, for whatever madcap reasons you've got. I've helped you once, and I don't feel great about it. I made a clean break from Gorgon, and now it feels like you're asking me to tether myself back to that place.
Persuasion.
I suppose you've got a point. Or something resembling a point. Here, my personal security keycard.
Nice. Alright, bye. I have 112 hours on that bitch. Damn. How many hours do I have? Let's find out. Where is Elden Ring? I have 96 hours. That's crazy. 212? I mean, I guess that makes sense. You are doing multiple playthroughs. I respect it. The game is a perfect 9 out of 10. It doesn't have one like It has no online. There is no online. You have to install the online with a mod. Unless you're doing PvP, but I guess that is the only one there. Yeah, the only online I played from soft related was Dark Souls 3, which was fun for the time. I never played the Dark Souls 3 multiplayer. I never even finished Dark Souls 3. Brother reading that game. God damn, I play that shit too much. I have 566 and a half hours. That's so funny. CK, have you even gotten to the have you gotten to the dragon temple, with the wind dragon temple yet? I forgot what that area is called. I think I spoke a lot. I could have told you that. Yeah, beat the game. Oh shit! I didn't know you beat the game. Let's go. Nice, nice. At least you got the W with all those hours, my dude. It would be incredibly sadder if you had 500 and never beat the game. You are ready for the DLC. Oh wait, I have to go to Groundbreaker.
The Groundbreaker has approved our request for docking, Captain. You're free to disembark.
At 500 hours, I would hope so. Hell yeah. Not Melania, though. I also haven't beaten Melania, it's okay. She's fucking hard, man! I really tried with Melania. I was there for like a solid, like, I'm not even joking, like 5 hours. Over like the span of like 2 days. I had to like leave the game because I'm like I can't fucking do this. And I still couldn't fucking do it. Not Melania though. I don't know how to unlock that area. Oh, it's right, because it's like its own like mountain. It's its own area in the mountain, like ice area, that you have to like do like a special thing to the elevator to make it like go a different direction, I think, right? You need like a specific item. I don't blame you. I had to Google that area to get there. Because it is hidden. Did I Google it? I either Googled it or had or my godbrother told me about it.
This ain't a proper serial adventure without a narrator. How about this? Our intrepid heroes stepped foot on Gorgon, and in the distance, a drinking establishment beckoned.
Mm-hmm. Let me sell some shit. Oh, I picked up a science web. Oh wait. Okay. Not even spoilers. I'm still blind, which is cool as fuck, TBH. Damn, that's a big area you're missing out. Yeah, there's like a bunch of like points of interest. There's like, isn't there like a castle around that area? And there's like one of those like open world boss fight. There's like a boss in that area. There's like a wolf. I remember now. There's like a wolf, like a fire, like a giant fire wolf or like dog. I don't remember. But there is like a bunch there. Yeah, he's right. There's a bunch of stuff over there. Where am I going? Oh, right. Okay. Cool. Now I have 2 DLCs while y'all only have 1. Yeah, bro. Bro, I played that game until I had the whole map, like, I cleared the whole map of, like, the clouds, the gray clouds. Because I'm like, oh, I mean, there's probably obviously something underneath all these clouds, right? Let me figure out how to get there. Where the fuck am I actually going? Chem Lab, Human Inquiry. Oh, right, I have Human Inquiry. Let me go here. And that's how I found out that that place existed. Or one way, I guess. And you already know that that map's fucking huge. Not to go from fucking... what was it? I had to go from constantly opening the map just to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
Oh, Law. It reeks like death warmed over.
Come on.
I'm gonna hurl.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, the fucking map's huge, so like the entire time I was playing the game, I was just like, man, there sure is a lot of gray on the map. I wonder when it stops. And then it never stopped. Until I was about 80 hours in, and then it finally stopped. And even then, like I said before, there's still fucking... I missed a bunch of bosses. Or 2 bosses. 1 boss. You know what I mean? I don't really care. I already know what's happening here. God bless that map. Praise the sun. Facts. And you know what? I don't regret a single minute of my time playing that game. I had been trying to play...
Folks were supposed to be volunteers. Why do they got them bunking like prisoners?
Boss, I just assist pigs with better living arrangements.
I had been trying to play Dark Souls 3 multiple times. I think I've tried to play that game 4 times, and I could only ever get like halfway, and then I'm like, I can't go any further. It's skill issue. And then Elden Ring came along, and I can finally beat a fucking FromSoft game. And it was so satisfying. So fucking satisfying. And it got so much praise too. Like online, people were like, "Oh, this is the greatest game of this generation." And the entire time I'm watching, I'm like, "True. Actually, probably the greatest game of like this generation." I want, if anything, it also taught me, like, how to play FromSoft Dark Souls. Because I feel like I was playing the entire time I've been trying to play Dark Souls 3, I feel like I was doing it wrong. Then I played the Elden Ring, and I'm like, okay, I see how this works now. You gotta play the game on their terms. Well, I guess kind of on their terms. You can still kind of cheese a bunch of shit. But that's what makes it fun. I have Dark Souls 3. I haven't played it yet. I'm gonna eat that game's ass. Raw, no tongue, only teeth. I believe in you.
I don't believe we've discussed side effects, Dr. Ambrose.
The drug's not ready for release yet. The side effects are immaterial.
So it's dangerous. Perhaps it results in some...
Welcome volunteers to the combat test.
Or a second head.
Under the guidance of the
I don't think I actually care.
volunteers are expected to follow all instructions.
Let me just finish this whole place. Dark Souls 3 final DLC is life-changing. Final boss, any other boss in all of FromSoft. Oh, the Lord of Fire? Or Lord of Cinder? Yeah, it's one of the reasons no, the DLC final boss. Is the DLC final boss not Lord of Cinder? I thought it was. Oh no, it's like some. It's like a named guy, right? He's like a name, and you fight him in like that like flower field where like the fucking. There's like the eclipsed moon in the background. Oh fuck. I know what you're talking about. I forgot. I don't know his name though. That whole DLC looked like it still looks really fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie. I am a little sad that I was never able to get past Dark Souls 3 because I did kind of want to be able to experience that like eclipsed area just because it looks cool. Maybe one day. I wouldn't bet on it though. This motherfucker need to play the game. You do not know. I do not know. I know nothing. I wish Bloodborne was on PC. It's my FromSoft world so far. I also wish it was on PC. Everyone always talks about Bloodborne. I want to play that too. But I am trapped on my PC playing ways. Bloodborne World 10 out of 10. Like, just give it to us, please. It's so fucking fun. I believe it will happen. I believe we will get it. It's just gonna take a while. Listen, I waited for the entire full 12-year development cycle of Fallout 4. I can wait for a fucking PC port for Bloodborne. How am I going over there?
I don't feel good. I don't feel good at all.
You waited 12 years for that trash? Yes, I did.
Let's get out of here, boss. We've seen enough.
It was okay. And you know what? Fucking people nowadays are always dick riding on Fallout New Vegas now. Which, like, don't get me wrong, it is a good game, but I still have Fallout 3 as my number one. I want Fallout 3 remaster. I love Fallout 3. But like, I've seen people try to play that in like modern times, and like, damn, yo, that shit really did not hold up. You gotta get a bunch of mods to modernize it. And I don't really want to do that.
I don't know how much more of this I can take, Captain. I'm about to...
Red lockdown.
I knew this place wasn't gonna be some pleasant seaside stroll, Captain, but I don't know how I can live with what we've seen here.
I just don't like Bethesda. I don't like any of their games. I love their story of Fallout, but their games are not fun to me. Also, they run like shit. Bethesda can't make game engines. Yeah. I like to consider, like, me just having, like, I feel like there's definitely like a peak, you know? They have a peak to not only like their reputation, but also like the quality of their games. Fucking example, like Fallout 3, New Vegas, which they didn't even make, they just published, and Skyrim. Like, I was there for that. That was fun. Like, within the context of that point in time, I thought I like, you know, they were considered good, like, bestsellers for a reason, I feel. But yeah, no, you're almost never gonna catch me ever playing a Bethesda game, like,
People wake up from nightmares. Those
fucking ever.
Never woke up at all. You want to know the worst part? Spacer's Choice knew exactly what Adrenatime did. And they didn't care.
And you know what it was that really, like, ended it for me? It was fucking, what was it? Elder Scrolls Online. I played a lot of Elder Scrolls Online, and I was like, oh yeah, Elder Scrolls, like, this is like the fucking, this is the Skyrim of the next generation, and it was so mid. I played a bunch of, I played like some of the expansions too, like I enjoy me a good MMO. I've put my time into that one. And I don't know. I didn't really like that one. Like, pretty much after that game, I was like, okay, I think I'm done with Bethesda games now. I don't really need to go on anymore. Like, unless Elder Scrolls 6, like, really fucking changes my soul, I'm probably not gonna play that. I never I don't know. I had no faith in Fallout 76, and I'm glad I didn't. I've seen it nowadays. It does look a lot better. They pretty much made it, they MMO-ified. It looks like they put an MMO into Fallout 4. And I don't know. I don't want to play that. No. So I I feel you there with being done with Bethesda games. I don't really think I fuck, I left the fucking thing back there. Oh wait, it's right here. Nice. Chem lab. Waste processing ravines and the mine. Let's do these first. Yeah, I think it's literally just these last 3 areas and I'm done. And then it's the finale and then I'm done with this. I might actually wrap this game up today. Finish this DLC and then do the game's finale. Because it's really just these 4 quests that I have to do, unless another one pops up. Although they did just have me fucking sidetrack, go to fucking 2 other planets just to fucking... whatever. Just to...
Yeah! Marauders. Just about every corner of Halcyon's infested with them.
I got your back, Captain. Ain't a single Mantisaur gonna sneak up on us.
Alright. Which way? Left. Okay. They axed the Hi-Fi Rush devs. Irredeemable in my eyes. I heard about that! Dude, that was so sad. I want to play that game. That's like on my list. And to hear that it's not going to get a sequel, so fucking sad. So stupid. That shit sold so well, right? Didn't it? Or like, it also like was really well reviewed.
Feel like the walls are almost
Crazy.
leaning in.
It's like that scene from Terran Monarch, where Spencer Woolrich gets buried alive.
Skyrim makes me fall asleep. Same. Literally the only game that will make me yawn. It's a hate Bethesda, but as always, I'll hope that their new games are good. I live with the philosophy of keeping your expectations very low so that you are not disappointed. And that's kind of where I am. I expect nothing. And whatever is delivered is a happy secret. I also just remembered they didn't even make Elder Scrolls Online, they just published it. I mean, get to the body! This invisible wall. Whatever. What was I gonna say? I will say though, I am kind of sad with the way that we're being like strung along for Elder Scrolls 6, because I do genuinely like that world. I love Tamriel. I didn't invest myself into Skyrim and Elder Scrolls Online for no reason. I don't care. And Fallout's world kind of fell off for me. On not only Fallout 4, Mega Ice Queen. Okay. Because like I said before, you know, I preferred Fallout 3, and they kind of like with Fallout 4, they went away from like the aesthetic, you know. They changed the aesthetic. I didn't really like that. Like, it was still Fallout, but it was just kind of, it was different, you know. It didn't have the same tone. The atmosphere, the immersion. And now they're like kind of really heavily leaning towards that, and I'm just like, man, this isn't really what I liked about it. So, I want to see what they do with the new Elder Scrolls.
There's a clue down here in the mine. Let's look around.
I think I'm done here, right? Yeah. Next one's over there. And what else does Bethesda make? That's it, right? Just Elder Scrolls? I feel like I'm forgetting something. They had Starfield.
First call.
That's Starfield. Doom and Wolfenstein go. Yes, actually, I completely forgot about that. But then they like, wasn't the last Wolfenstein like really bad? I played through all of them. I had the New Order, New Colossus, and Old Blood. It was really cool actually. So when I first I have a Steam Deck. I love it, by the way. When I first got it, I was like, okay, let me play some of the games I've never played before, and I have all of the Wolfenstein games except for the new one. And I played through all 3 of the Wolfenstein games on my Steam Deck, and I fucking loved it. I loved it. Such fantastic games. And I heard the 4th one was not too great, right? And I haven't been able to pick that one up, so I don't know for myself. I had fun with it. I don't know. I don't know if I have a bunch of other games that I would rather buy. If Epic Games wants to bless us and give us Young Blood for free, I'll play it. I'll absolutely play it. But in the meantime, I'll just live with the memories that I have in my head of really loving the original trilogy. Cause like, damn, bro, I loved those games. Like on the level of like, I loved Doom 2016. Doom 2016, in my opinion, better than Doom Eternal. Although I will give it the caveat, I have not played the DLCs for Doom Eternal. Because I hear those are fun, but I never played them. But you know, it's like I said before, though, to this day, fucking Doom 2016 will live in my head as just a fucking amazing game. I had so much fun with it. True. Thank you. Wasn't there like wasn't there like a leak recently too, where like they leaked that they're developing a new Doom, and it's supposed to be like medieval themed. It's like Doom like like something. I might have fallen to misinformation from the internet. I'm double checking. Okay, no, there are like multiple articles about this. Yeah, Doom: The Dark Ages is apparently something that's going to be announced, and it's supposed to be like medieval themed. I'm interested to see where that goes. I'll try that out. I still want to play the Eternal DLCs. I just haven't gotten around to it. Hello.
I'm telling you, this isn't the Rock. We need to turn back.
This is the spot. Now keep your eyes peeled. The dead drop is at the foot of the alpaca, he said. And this is the alpaca.
Llama.
What was that?
It's a llama we're after, sir, not an alpaca. And this is neither.
Llama, alpaca, same thing.
Llama.
They aren't the same at all, sir. Believe it or not.
Enough. We've got company. Out with it.
Eternal
then.
is amazing.
Who are you?
2016 Doom had better level design. I agree. True. Eternal was definitely not bad. I just think 2016 was better. Maybe the survivors of the crash ship not any bad perception.
I'm the captain of that crashed vessel, to be perfectly accurate.
Why start now?
What was that, First Mate?
Just talking to myself again, sir.
We're on the hunt for a package. It's supposed to be at the foot of this handsome-looking alpaca-shaped rock.
Llama?
I found your package.
I told you. Didn't I tell you? How many times did I tell you, Captain?
I believe I owe you an apology, First Mate.
What?
It's true. I wouldn't know an alpaca from a raptidon, and as a captain, that's a mark against my good name. Can you ever forgive me?
Llama.
I don't know what to say.
I'll start. Thank you, stranger.
Okay.
I think you're right.
A good cruise like...
Okay. We can leave. Okay. I have to fight two whole encampments next, I feel. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back. What?
Take your time. I wonder what Junlai's up to.
back.
So, what's the plan?
I got water too because it's fucking hot. Alright. Oh boy. Here I go killing again. They're starting to take a lot more bullets. Or maybe it's just the Colossus guys, but I'm unloading into these dudes. Hey yo. No, but for real, they're not dying. I've got a whole fucking light machine gun. Synthesis and manufacture. Right, I haven't opened the chem lab. Cave. Little cave. Probably call. Hello?
Hey, just now. Did you hear that?
Huh?
I thought I heard a scream.
You sure that weren't the stellar winds through the canyons, mister?
Why, it's the sound of fine goods screaming out to be purchased. Pleasure to meet you, sir or ma'am. I'm Carl, and as a customer-defacing representative of Spacer's Choice, I sell only the finest. What can I get you, prospective customer? New handgun? Pack of smokes? Stab in the face?
Did you just threaten to stab me?
Did I? Honest mistake.
Pretty sure you said something about defacing customers too.
That came out wrong. I meant removing their faces. So sorry.
You okay?
I'm not okay. I'm Carl.
Uh-huh.
And yet I feel fantastic. My body screams with energy. My hands burn with new strength. I haven't slept in 4 days! And it's all thanks to the magic of Adrena time. Spacer's Choice. It dulls the howling ache inside your bones!
Mister, you don't seem too good. Is there anything we can do to help you?
At any rate, how can I help Spacer's Choice help you? Target demographic?
I feel like if I keep pressing this guy about his drug addiction, he's gonna start fighting me.
Oh, for years now. The company gave Adrena time to the sales team so we'd be able to describe its many wonderful benefits. I've taken it ever since. Adrena time helped me get ahead and stay ahead. That's how I got to where I am today. Say, that reminds me of a joke. What does a mantisaur eat for dinner? All of my coworkers who ran slower than me. Ha! Then who's been reviewing my inventory requests at the Office of Creative Incubation? Marauders? Oh, please. My coworkers aren't that bad. But don't trouble yourself with company business, sir or ma'am. Trouble yourself with my fine wares instead. Sure they know. I don't think they'd misplace their top salesman of the last 6 quarters, do you? Oh, Spacer's Choice knows. Spacer's Choice knows everything because he tells them. He's always watching. He's watching us right now.
I'm very interested to see where this goes.
The Moon Man!
Spacer's Choice Moon Man is watching you?
Always. He never stops. He never sleeps. He wants Spacer's Choice to think I'm crazy, you know. But I know what I am. I'm a good employee. You hear that? You sprat bastard! I'm a good employee!
How's your Moon Man problem coming along?
He'll get his. He comes after my job? Oh, he'll get what he deserves. At any rate, how can I help Spacer's Choice help you? Target demographic?
Alright, Soup Chef.
The fine...
There's a bunch of trash, man. Whatever, I can sell you my stuff. Coolant distributor. Oh, this is new. I need a workbench. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding. I'm tired of getting trash items, man. Half the shit I pick up is garbage. Not even half, all of it. Hello there.
That was fun.
Marauder. Marauder. Can I go in this building? No, I can't. This is just a random fucking area.
Easy.
This DLC feels very weird because I feel like I've out-leveled the whole thing in terms of loot, because everything I pick up is underscaled, but I feel like all the NPCs aren't underscaled and everything has been scaling along with me, so everything is tanky as shit. Probably does a bunch of damage, I wouldn't know. And oh, great. I don't know, it feels like a mixed experience. I also don't really feel like any of the loot is really outstanding. Maybe I'm just getting to the point of the game where it doesn't really... I did something. Maybe I'm just getting to the point of the game where it's all just... kinda not meant to be outstanding, and I'm supposed to be like... I'm supposed to have my character built up to into a build. I'm supposed to play along that. Alright. Loot. If I go this way, this leads me... no. That leads me back to town. Right? Yeah, it does. Alright, well, I don't need to go there yet. Hang on, I'm scratching my ear. Yeah. Okay. Okay. South. This way. Next truck.
How long is this drop? Just wondering.
Don't look, don't look, don't look.
Is it just primals down there? Yeah. Let's try this. You know what it is? Actually, I just considered. Maybe I feels like I'm not doing a lot of damage because I'm using light bullets. I need to use different caliber. Cause the flamethrower, I don't know, I feel like I just fucking literally melted these guys. Just more damage. Oh, it's because my gun is broken. Fuck. You serious? Is my armor broke? No. Well, that makes a whole lot of fucking sense. I was about to say, because this thing felt like it was fucking not doing any damage. Trash. It's my house. Oh my god.
Tell me about the production of Adrenatime, Dr. Ambrose. I hear Compound X is a unique challenge to work with. It's temperamental. It must be refined under tightly controlled circumstances at tremendously low temperatures. Do you compound it with anything else? Tell me more about your refining process. Our audience is conversant in the sciences, very detail-oriented, so don't be afraid to get technical. Last time I met you, you spoke like a groundbreaker Bildersprat. Why the sudden airs, and such specific questions? Does your minder know what you're up to? Does he suspect you're a spy? Pardon me.
Sealed. Spin. Up or down? Let's do down first. Oh wow, Mega Primal Miasma. Alright, let's try this out. There's the damage. There's the big fucking damage. I missed my big damage. I love my big damage. And I have to fucking upgrade this thing too now because I'm 43. Ow. that's it. That wasn't really worth it though. I just got a bunch of trash. And I guess it's I guess it's supposed to all pile up.
Oh, smells something awful. Poor fella had his outpost set up right near the trash.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I got them all. Wait, did I? Oh yeah. Wasn't I missing something from the north? Oh no, that's a different thing. Okay. I can't open this, right? For sure? No, okay. Let's go here. Right? Yeah. I'm wrapping up side quests right now. Because there's just this side quest, and then I think I went the wrong way. Yeah. God. Is there no way to get in there? Is there a cave entrance over here? Yes, there is. Yeah, I have to hand in this side quest to go get audio log for the other guy in the bar, and then that's another quest, and then I have to hand in the flask, and that's another quest, and that would be all of them. Heck.
This has to be the place. I know a fan club when I see one.
The PET. Is this a science weapon? How much you want to bet it's a science weapon? Yep. I will admit, I am half tempted to respec into science weapons, because they're all kind of really unique and cool. They all seem interesting. I'm just not. It sucks that you have to specialize your build in order to use them. And I've already maxed myself out on heavy weapons, so I dug myself into a hole and I must sit in it.
I was just getting started.
But now what I want to know is what they're going to set up for the antagonists in the second game, because we've essentially solved all the issues with, or I'm assuming we're going to wrap up the issues with the Marauders. And Marauders and wildlife have essentially been almost the majority of the things we fight. Do we cure Marauders? Are Marauders even curable?
This place stinks like the wrong end of a primal, and I think I'm close to figuring out why. Something's off with this place. Those ain't normal primals. Thought I was onto something before. Now I'm sure of it. I got a theory to test at that Marauder camp.
This facility is currently experiencing a heightened security event. Accessing this facility requires voice-modulated passphrase. Please speak the passphrase.
Play Dr. Los audio recording.
We attest to the zest with our hand on our chest. Be impressed as our guest by what we've finessed. You are blessed to ingest what we thoroughly test. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's choice.
Passphrase accepted. Access granted. Welcome, Dr. Jasper Lowe.
Nice. Chem lab. Oh, I need to be here in the first place anyway. Damn, we really are about to wrap this shit up. Okay.
Almost hard to believe something so awful as Adrena time came from a place that looks so normal. Normal aside from the bodies, I mean. And the blood. Oh, so much blood.
To what purpose am I holding on to these special weapons for? Why do I not just get rid of them?
The strangest notion that was so...
Hi.
Nice.
Roscoe, it's Georgie. If you're hearing this, you must still be holed up at the Sprat Shack. And you're not gonna like this one bit. I was trying to steal our recordings when things went crazy. I know. Like I said, sorry. And I'm gonna be in a heap of trouble if I don't get them, so if you want to save my bacon, you need to do it for me. I need the 3 interviews we did with Ambrose, this one here, plus another recording of my own.
Nice work!
I need the 3 interviews we did with Ambrose, this one here, plus another recording of my own. I left that last one with a guy who...
Here we go!
I left that last one with a guy who...
It's like we're doing this! We all in one piece.
Roscoe, it's Georgie. If you
Okay, I heard enough. You know what it is that's keeping me, like, really overpowered? It's the perk that, like, refunds, like, 20% health on
The
kill.
effects of Compound X are inescapable. The refined excrement of the xenocyte life form. It's a fine powder, very fine. It finds its way into absolutely everything. Even in the water now, and the air. It settles like a veil over all of Gorgon. The laboratory techs get the worst of it. We all appreciated the boost to mood and productivity at first, but we're at each other's throats in an instant now. I've had to break up 2 fistfights this week alone. This aggression must be inherent to the formula, to Compound X. How do I stop it?
Dr. Lowe and his people didn't just work here. They lived here. This lab must have been their whole life.
Great work.
The fuck? An invisible wall.
How the devil do I use this thing? Is it what? Oh, the barrel's turning. All right. I feel like an absolute idiot barking into this horn. I shouldn't have let Lucian talk me into this. What use do I have with audible notes? Posterity, my ass.
Here they come!
That's the last of them!
Great fucking law. What's it doing now? Jasper! Jasper, it's... How do I turn it off? It won't.
Just press the button.
The what?
Oh, for law's sake, the button, Ollie.
Accursed thing.
Fascinating. Hello there.
Don't mess with us.
Oh, I think they're weak to energy. Look at that.
You know, when we walked into the lab, I thought, what's the worst thing we could run into? And of course, the answer had to be primals.
Come on. Electrocute! 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 Alright. You know, maybe I don't need to loot every room. I'm kind of getting tired of looting. I'm getting tired of looting. Oh no. I say and then I start looting.
Nicely done.
Which way is over here? sealed.
Must be Doc Lowe's old office.
Night falls on Gorgon. Though I suppose it's always dark here in the void. The lab is empty, and I am at last alone.
Admin functions. Override lockdown.
Since we've been traveling together, we've visited a lot of places that set my teeth on edge. This here makes my skin crawl.
Halcyon's got no shortage of creepy science labs, boss. But this place? There's something real twisted about this place.
About what I expect from Spacer's Choice.
The only thing I expect out of Spacer's Choice is exploitation of the common worker. But what they did here made a drug that turned regular people into marauders. This is evil.
The folks down here dedicated their lives to fixing Halcyon. They were supposed to be the company's best and brightest. How'd they lose their way?
Things probably didn't start out that way.
Don't matter where things started if they ended at Marauders. Ain't nothing in Halcyon that can justify that. Or give those people their lives back.
I don't know if anybody's gonna take the fall for what happened here. It could be Miss Ambrose if she's not careful.
Hacking. I get a perk. Speed Demon. Oh no, these two are the last time dilation. Well, okay, yeah, I'm gonna start maxing out time dilation.
I'd have hoped a smart fellow like Mr. Lowe would know better than to test his super drug on Primal.
Blah 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 blah. God fucking damn it, he's under the ground. That it? Yeah, that's it. I believe we are done.
Get out of here. I think I got primal guts all over my ass kit.
Oh hey. Yeah, I figured this would be the exit. Okay, first things first, before I finish this, I'm gonna hand in all these fucking quests. At least give me elevator music, dude. Found your shit?
Hey, there you are. Been wondering, did you manage to find...
Yes.
Well, I'll be damned. Now I can finally get off this rock and go home. I know it's not much, but take the last of my bits. You've earned every single one, friend.
Did you know Georgie was interviewing Olivia Ambrose on her own?
She couldn't have been. We were together all the time. Except, oh shit, my weekly calls with headquarters. What could she even want to ask Olivia Ambrose about? Doesn't make sense. Good fucking law. Headquarters would kill me if they knew. Right after they killed her. Hell, being stuck here might have been the only thing keeping me alive. No, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes it seemed like there could be, when we were servicing the phonographs, or sharing a beer, but who'd be interested in some forgotten old bastard like me?
Oh no! My charm! Why can't I do it? Let me compliment him. Takes all kinds.
Sure, yeah. My ma used to say the same thing. And anyway, unauthorized fraternization between employees is illegal. But that's all you need to know about my dire love life, I think. Any other horrible truths you want to reveal to me? Or can I get back to my drinking? Listen, I appreciate you telling me what happened with those recordings, but I need some time to think. Got a lot to process. Yeah, I'll just... Yeah. See you around.
Adrena time, I think.
Where was the other one? Oh, right, over here.
You
found your shit.
That's it, all right. Law. Still smell here. You didn't happen to find anything else out there, did you?
I found his journal. He went mad after the evacuation and became a marauder.
A marauder? You're telling me he's been alive all this time? Don't tell me that's the end of it. Was there anything else?
I avoided the marauders near your place. He could still be alive.
If he's still out there, wandering the wilderness like a wild animal... No, I can't think about that. Jerome got me out of Gorgon. I can honor his memory by staying out. Time to hit the dusty trail. Be seeing you, stranger.
I don't think that's what you wanted to hear. But I'm glad you were honest.
I think you did the right thing, Captain, but I hope she doesn't try to go after him.
I might have likely killed him. I've killed every marauder I've ever come across. On the bright side, we're almost fucking done. Beep beep. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep.
This can't be worse than anything we already seen, right?
We made it this far. How bad could it be?
Opens the door. Enters the door. Pam. It's like Sam, but not.
Welcome to the Adrena Time Synthesis and Manufacturing Center, brought to you by Spacer's Choice. This productivity automechanical unit is at your disposal. Its normal duties involve the management of legacy operations analytics. However, due to the promotion, demotion, death, or injury to other managers of this facility, this unit is now the acting manager of the following departments: reception, human resources, accounting, technical support, manufacturing, distribution, security. Please direct any questions about those departments to Pam. Answers not guaranteed. According to this facility's hierarchy, there are 0 acting managers at this Spacer's Choice facility. Not to worry. If a middle manager cannot immediately be replaced, Pam can safely oversee 3.176 departments. When you're in a productivity pinch, Pam can pick up the pieces. Uh-oh. It looks like there are intruders in this facility. Protocol recommends speaking to the head of facility security right away.
Thought you were head of security.
Did you know that keeping your workers alive boosts productivity? That's why every PAM unit comes equipped with the latest Spacer's Choice weaponry. When PAM's emergency combat protocols are activated, your investments are sure to be protected. Warning: due to power consumption, combat protocols cannot be activated when PAM's power is below 73% without deactivating managerial processes. Spacer's Choice policy dictates that managerial processes take priority. This unit's power rating is 57%. Emergency combat protocols cannot be engaged at less than. Please ensure that this unit is fully.
Override code. Fuck you. Do what I want. Providing everything.
I could give it a shot. Let me just... Huh. Okay. Weird way to do that, but there ain't no accounting for cents. There we go. All I had to do was convince this old girl here that 73% was the new 100%. Easy as salt tuna and sawdust pie.
This unit's power rating is 100%. Great! Emergency combat protocols are now available. Error: employee's biometric ID does not match this unit's designated manager. Proceeding with verbal management test. Pretend that this PAM unit is one of your employees who's been working long hours. What would you say to give them an extra pep pill in their step?
Promotion's right around the corner. Is that? Yeah, this might be the answer.
PAM is equipped to talk about your career goals. On average, employees managed by PAM units go from assistant to associate roles in 15 years or less. My door is always open, unless I'm recharging. Verbal management test complete. Result: employee is a Spacer's Choice manager. 94% certainty. Engaging emergency combat protocols. Stand by.
Nice. Go get him, Pam. Fuck it up, Pam. Where you going?
Hey, nice. They made a statue out of Martin.
If I didn't know better, I'd swear it was watching me.
Go get him, Pam. Yeah, she's doing her thing.
Clever.
Heads up! What's next? Nobody? That's what I thought. Try another weapon! Can we do that again? Fancy looking staircase. Mind your step, boss.
Nice. Nothing I can't handle. Oh, nothing I can't handle. Nothing I can't handle. Oh, hey, Pam.
Great work.
Spin. Wait. Door? Oh, nothing.
Done.
There's really nothing else here.
Nicely done.
Oh.
Heads down.
Can I open this? No. Ah, I didn't open the. Gotta go all the way around. All the way around. None here. Okay. Well, ain't this fancy? Go get him, Pam. I believe in you, Pam. Doing great, Pam.
Great work.
Returning to patrol mode.
Good job, Pam. Oh, shit. All clear, Pam. Damn, I have 500 Adrenos.
Reminder, please do not reheat your salt.
Alright,
Owned by Crow Apartments.
let's get out of here. What if the mysterious stranger is the mom? That's my money. That's where I'm putting it.
Is this how Adrena time gets made?
There's something mystical about this thing. Almost holy. Is that weird? All right. Now I can finally get that journal and get the heck out of here.
Let me just loot really quick.
Great work.
Oh.
That's clever.
Prototype pistol.
That's enough. Gorgon is mine. Go now, and I will not pursue you. But if you stay, I will sick every last lawless fucking mercenary in Halcyon on you. It's your choice, Captain.
Starting to hope I get to meet this jerk, just so I can give him a good kick in the shins.
Well, I thought about it, and I'm still gonna dropkick this coward the moment I get a chance.
Cancel lockdown. Hacking! Just want to see what's over here. Neat. Oh, hey. Can I take this anyway? Never actually looked around here. Now we're actually done.
We are receiving an incoming signal, Captain.
Captain, I see you've made some headway on Gorgon. Mother's old work terminal just lit up with a bunch of new protocols. Very exciting. What about Mother's journal? Any progress there?
Persuasion, I think it's time you tell me the truth. I don't even know if you had a truth. This was never about the journal, was it? I'm gonna do this one.
Are you accusing me of deception? Captain, I would never. Can you hear me, Captain? I'm getting some interference on my end. Captain! Captain!
Hello again, little weasel.
Called it.
I must admit, you've surprised me. I threw nearly everything I had at you, and you overcame it all.
Hi.
Well spotted, Captain. We've both played our roles well, but it seems you've got the edge. I may have gravely underestimated you. You were smart to hire him, Wilhelmina. Well done.
Mother! You're alive! And still on Gorgon? Something tells me we've only seen the beginning. This is so you, Mother. Inserting yourself where you aren't needed and at the worst possible time.
Am I disrupting your vanity project? You empty-headed little twit!
Let them talk.
Have you come back just
Let
to ruin
them
everything
cook.
again, Mother? At least this time I have the power to stop you.
Captain, this is a distraction. Let's set our differences aside and focus on what matters. Adrena time must never be revived.
Oh. Wait, did Minnie want to revive Adrena time?
I may not have told you all of the facts, but I'm going to lay out everything I know. You can decide for yourself what to do with it. By now, you realize that Project Gorgon was devoted to a single drug, Adrena time. A drug that hit the market in spite of calamitous side effects. The project was a colossal failure, but you and I are going to revive it from the ashes.
No, what the fuck?
What you've seen is the result of Mother's leadership. I have no intention of repeating her mistakes. Mother's journal contains the activation codes for the Adrena time synthesizer, the key to a new Project Gorgon. We're going to start again. And this time, with everything Project Gorgon didn't have. Better R&D, better scientists, clear goals, more funding, and a timeline that makes sense.
And who's going to provide that? I'm just gonna frown.
You have every reason to doubt me. But if you have a shred of hope for a better colony, consider what Adrena time could do for us. If I can improve the chemistry, I can fix Adrena time. We can put this colony back on track together. Is it? I'll tell you what's insane. Every day, workers slump over from exhaustion. The gears of industry swallow them whole, and no one is coming to help. Adrena time is the break we can't fit into the schedule. The office with a window we can't afford to build. It's the best this rotten colony can do for people.
Drugs.
It's a bandage, not a cure. Halcyon is wounded, and I will do everything in my power to stop the bleeding.
Don't let those bloodless leeches at Spacer's Choice walk you down this perilous path, Wilhelmina. You haven't the fortitude to endure it.
As usual, Mother projects her failures onto me. If she had let me get involved from the start, we might have avoided this calamity altogether.
Dude, Jesus. Can I go back to being a freelancer, one who doesn't care?
This is no longer a mercenary job, Captain. You have Mother's journal, and therefore a difficult choice to make.
You'd leave this in his hands? An outlaw ship captain? I always suspected you were nothing more than an empty-headed social climber. This confirms it.
You see what I mean? Mother is afraid of being outdone by her empty-headed daughter, and she'll do anything to stop me. If I can save the colony and redeem the Ambrose family name, I owe it to myself to try. Mother be damned.
None of these options are what I want to say. King Two Sword. You want to save the colony from its drug problem with more drugs.
Social engineering takes generations, and we don't have the luxury of time. We need to mainline progress into Halcyon's bloodstream. You've seen more of this colony than the average grunt. You know as well as I do that this is a question of survival.
Enough talk. What happens now?
I need that facility online, but I can't do it while Mother's still a problem. By now, she'll have shut down the Gorgon reactor. Deal with her however it suits you, and get that facility back up and running.
Don't do this, Wilhelmina. Minnie, don't make this choice.
Adrena time is our future. It's bigger than money, bigger than family. It's the colony's best hope.
No. What the fuck?
Oh, please. We haven't been a family in ages. If Mother tries to get in your way, you have my permission to defend yourself, no matter the cost.
This is absurd. You must end this madness, Captain. I'm glad you see things clearly. Here's what you must do. Return to my family's manor, Captain. Use the executive override code in my journal to activate the NDA protocol for my terminal. It will destroy the Gorgon drug synthesizer and put an end to Adrena time for good.
Okay.
One last thing. Minnie. She will try to force you to fight her. You don't have to. In fact, I would ask you not to. Whatever mistakes she might make, she is still my daughter.
Captain, in light of recent events, I'm putting the manor under lockdown. Until Mother is dealt with, anyone who lands here is presumed hostile. Finish the job. I know you won't disappoint me.
Mm-hmm. Cut transmission. Beep 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 beep. I'm hoping I can skill check my way past this. Or speech check, I guess? I don't know.
Careful. Looks like Minnie activated security around the manor.
What the fuck is security gonna do? Do you know how big my weapons are? Oh no, robots! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Best there ever was.
Hang on, this on the left. Is he underneath? He's underneath. Riveting. Damn it. I try to be cool. Ooh.
Wow, nice work. Lab in this colony smell the same way.
Nothing good ever come out of a place like this, Captain. Gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're doing this. Felix.
What do we got around here? What have we got around here? An O-ring. Ooh. No, I'm over encumbered. I can drug my way through this, I think. Body. Body. 137. I should just probably stop picking shit up though. Or will I? Oh, okay. I have to stop now. Need a vending machine. Hi.
That's the last of it.
So much shit I can sell. Pulse-hammer bolt. Fine, just because it's special. Gotta drop some fucking trash. Kind of trash. Some kind of trash. Can I sort by value?
Didn't I warn you not to set foot in here until the job was done? You should have listened to my advice.
Let's talk about this.
There's nothing to discuss. I can fix Adrena time without you, and certainly without Mother. You wasted your time coming here, and worse, you wasted mine. But I won't let anything stand in the way of progress. Destroy it? You've been listening to Mother, haven't you? She slithered her way into your confidence. Well, I am thoroughly unimpressed.
What if you work together to cure the Marauders?
You surprise me, Captain. Once we fix the chemistry of Adrena time, the Marauder problem will simply take care of itself.
But a lot of folks are gonna suffer in the meantime. And you don't even know if it'll work.
The days of the old Adrena time are numbered, and Marauders are bound for extinction.
Are you Oh, wait. There is a cure? Huh.
I got into the pharmaceutical trade to break new ground, not to fix the problems Mother created. Besides, Mother is determined to ruin everything she touches. First Adrena time, then our family, and now my ambition.
Persuasion.
She never gave me a chance, forbade it. I see no reason why she deserves a second one.
And what about you, ma'am? Don't you deserve a chance to fix your troubles with her? Don't you both deserve that?
Mother never let me anywhere near R&D. I was always her incompetent little brat.
Persuasion.
You don't know that. Gorgon was my chance to do something incredible.
Gorgon was never used to save.
Let it go? Just like that? You make it sound so trivial. Mother taught me to never accept failure, to never settle for less. Compromising my plan goes against everything I know. I suppose it is high time Mother and I spoke on equal terms, and without death threats. I was so eager to make Adrena time my legacy, to give it a second chance. But maybe it's my family that deserves a second chance. God, I can't believe I'm saying this, but if you see Mother, tell her I'm willing to work something out. She can even come over for tea. Or something stronger.
It's awful big of you, being willing to mend fences after what all happened.
I'm sure you won't mind if I remain here. Just to guarantee that you keep your side of the bargain.
But what if I don't? What if I just don't? I suppose she's gonna try and kill me. She's probably not gonna give me a choice because the mother doesn't want her to die. I'm only doing this because your mom doesn't want me to kill you.
For your sake, I hope not. It's funny, Captain. I hired you to break the family curse. And it would appear you've succeeded. Just not the way I intended.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck with Mother.
Can I still... For God's sake. Okay, fine. Oh, Jesus. Grinder. God damn.
Can't keep us out.
Now we gotta do some speech checks. Now we gotta do some speech checks. Oh boy, gotta convince the mom. What if I don't? What if I just fucking... What if I just kill the daughter? I'm gonna be honest, I'm kinda over it. I'm kinda over this. I already left. Whatever.
We are now in orbit above Gorgon.
A vending machine. Or something. I gotta sell my shit. Still gotta put all this shit away. Okay.
I keep my promises, Captain. Do you know the funny thing about mercenaries? They exist in a nearly... Incoming!
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get past that armor! Gonna rush!
course, the elevators are down. How do I get down there again?
More stairs, huh? At least we're getting a good workout.
Hi. Flamethrower!
Maybe we can make her see reason. Convince her to change. People can change, right?
Ready when you are, boss.
Whoa. Look at the size of this thing. Like some kind of slumbering beast.
I'll give you one thing, little weasel. You are relentless. I did everything in my power to stop you, yet here you stand before me, offensively alive. Just so we're clear, if you intend to restart this machine, you'll have to go through me.
I'm here to make peace.
You think that will fool me? I'll die before I let you have this place.
Minnie wants to work with you on a cure for the Marauders.
That's preposterous. Not too long ago, she wanted me dead. How do I know this isn't a trick to get me out of the way?
Why trick you when it'd be easier for me to kill you?
A frightening but reasonable point. Unless your goal was not just to kill me, but to bully me first. Your intentions are beside the point. I've been working on a cure for 5 years, and I've made no progress at all. If she believes teamwork is all I've been missing, she's more soft-headed than I thought.
Said you invited for tea.
She... what? That was our secret phrase. Did she tell you?
No.
Clever girl. When I'd been on Gorgon too long, that's what she'd write at the end of her messages. It meant she missed me. That she wanted me to come home. I'll try. It's no guarantee of success. And like as not, we'll develop nothing useful at all. But it will be better than working alone. Thank you, Captain. In the end, you were not at all what I expected.
Hooray! Oh wait, was there an exit down there? Fuck. Oh, thank God. Oh yeah. Look at that. Let me see something real quick. Oh, this is a grenade launcher. Is that lady still in my fucking cargo hold? I'm guessing not. Okay, okay. Just checking. Hi.
I have to know, Mother. All those years ago, what tipped you off that Gorgon was in trouble?
The volunteers. Not just the shocking way they died, but the company's muted response to it. They were expensive to house, train, and treat. That the company would spare no expense, yet let so many of them die. It was terrible.
History will repeat itself on our watch.
I dare say not. Even when we made significant progress, Lawrence and his ghouls in OCI slashed our budgets. I knew then I'd lost control of Gorgon. I'd lost control of Adrenatime.
You never told me Gorgon was such a logistical nightmare. We should have had this conversation 5 years ago.
You can't know how badly I wanted to. But the truth put you in danger. And I couldn't abide that.
I owe you an apology, Captain. Not only did I deceive you, but all this time I had the wrong idea about Mother.
Shrug.
We still have a great deal of work ahead of us. The years of silence were not easy.
I don't doubt it was hard on you. But I knew you'd come out the stronger for it. We have the chance to know each other now, thanks entirely to you.
Can we skip to the part where I get paid? That's so funny. What now?
On Minnie's terms, whatever they may be. I've made enough decisions for her, I think.
Well, there's no need to dwell on the past anymore. We're in the thick of it together, now that we're partners.
Partners? Huh. I suppose we are.
And family, I suppose. This isn't at all playing out the way I imagined it. And for the first time, I'm glad.
Mm-hmm.
Part of me will always miss the cold, vindictive Minnie Ambrose. Life was so much simpler when I felt cheated by it.
I'm glad to have you as my daughter, Minnie. But I'm proud to call you my partner. But I fear things will only get harder from here.
Science!
Indeed. The road to a cure will be long and fraught with setbacks. We will need to find our strength in the work, and our partnership, if we're to overcome them.
You've earned this, Captain. For recovering Mother's journal. For getting us talking in the same room together. And for exceeding my expectations.
Indeed. I have no use for bits and baubles on Gorgon. Not now that I have my work. Take what's yours, Captain. The road to a Marauder cure will be a long one, and the Board will surely fight us every step of the way. But this partnership, it's a damn good start.
Will you put the burden of the colony aside for just one moment? Give me a day with my mother before we get back to work.
For you, I will try.
Hooray! That is DLC number 2. Under wraps. We did it. Oh boy. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen now. I'm going to take a break. After I fucking hand the shit in. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna be back in like I'm gonna be back in a while. I'm gonna like I'm gonna go feed my cats. I'm gonna go feed myself. What am I doing on Tartarus? Oh, it's alright. Yeah, okay. We're actually officially done here now. Okay. I'm gonna finish this game today. We're doing the ending when I come back. Like, we're done. We're officially done with the game. I want to wrap this. We're wrapping this. But like I said, I will be back. Fucking, what do I leave you with? I used to just leave you with, like, the be right back screen. I might just do that again. I gotta get, I'm working on getting a better BRB screen. I do want to make one. But for now, let's call it what do we call it? 20 minutes? Will it take me 20 minutes? It takes me kind of a while to I'll give you you know what? I'll come back when I come back, man. Alright. You'll never guess who's back from his break. You'll never guess. Can you guess? You're never gonna get it. It is hot today. It is spring, but it feels like summer. And it fucking sucks. Just like shit. Excuse me. I have procured myself a beverage to which I have brought with me from my break. It's a secret beverage. No one's ever gonna guess what the beverage is. Okay. Where were we? Tartarus. You are about to assault the labyrinth on Tartarus and determine the fate of the Halcyon colony. Saves made after this point can only finish the main story on Tartarus. Side quests and downloaded DLC such as Peril on Gorgon and Murder on Eridos will be unavailable for any saves made beyond this point. If there's anything you want to do before you enter the prison, do it now before you cross the point of no return. Wait, hold on. We're leveling up our shit. Boy, oh boy. Excuse me. I have a frog in my throat. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Tinker, right? Oh man, this is gonna start costing me a lot of money. This is gonna start costing me a lot of money to bring up. But you know what? The light machine gun is still my heaviest packing, my strongest packing weapon. I think I'm just gonna fucking go without the upgrade. You know what? Fuck it, bro. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit, bro. I'm so fucking strong. You know who I fucking am? Would you like to save? Yes. I'm level 45. I'm ready to beat the game.
I am pleased to inform you that we have arrived at the labyrinth. Please be advised that the punishment for trespassing is execution. Please be advised that electrical storms on the surface of Tartarus make departure impossible at this time.
Nothing useful about Tartarus?
Resident count is as follows: 3,071. Resident deaths, including but not limited to executions, are as follows: 1,684. Resident escapes are as follows: 0. The interior can be chilly. Take a scarf with you, Captain. I would also ask that you leave your captain's ID with me, in the event that you do not return.
Promise not to leave without me.
I can make the assurance that I will not leave with another captain unless you do not return within 876,541,652 hours. Oh, speak of the devil. Captain, I am receiving a transmission from the prison's docking authority now.
Attention, unauthorized spacecraft.
This is a maximum security installation. Your presence here is an explicit violation of UDL corporate policy. You are hereby confined to your docking platform until a ticket detailing your crimes has been filed and notarized, at which point your vessel will be seized and you will be executed.
How long will that take?
I wager it'll take a bit longer than it takes you to lose your patience and storm out of your ship looking to get shot. To be honest, that'd make my job a lot easier. You come out, we shoot you full of holes, and then everyone goes about their day worry-free. Except you. You'll be dead.
Oh, my stuff's not high enough. If you're gonna kill me, why bother with a ticket?
Protocol is important, sir. The sentencing of one crime does not preclude the sentencing of another, technically speaking. Tartarus docking authority signing up. Hang on. Looks like you're gonna have company at the execution. Another ship just pulled into your dock. Wait, is that from the Groundbreaker? What the? Pay no mind to that. Just have a pleasant day.
Transmission terminated. How can I be of assistance?
That's it.
Goodbye.
I'm bringing the crew. Dark as shit in here. Okay.
The captain did right by us once. What was that? Now it's ours. The board will never own Groundbreaker. Not while I reign. Push on, Marduk.
Marduk? Who the fuck are you guys? Electrocuted. Electrocuted. Electrocuted.
Started. Somebody toss this garbage out the airlock.
Who the fuck are you guys? You guys just Groundbreaker people?
Used to the prison head for bars when it's got a storm like that guarding the gates.
They say nobody's ever broken out of the labyrinth. Didn't say nothing about breaking in, though.
Breaking in, breaking out. Breaking in, breaking out. I should have been looking out the window.
Let's look around. There's gotta be a few ways through here.
Stairs. More stairs. I'm gonna kill all of you.
That was fun.
He's kinda. Get down here so I can kill you. Elevator. 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 The pit. Do I get more backup with me? The backup's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Boop. 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 Nothing important. Die. Hope I don't run out of ammo. That would be the only thing stopping me here. Die. You know what?
Stellar base counting on us.
Ironclads. Never mind, we got boys. How do I get over there? Die. Secret? No. Unsealed door.
Well, look who it is. I'll be damned. I was prepping the studio for our announcement, and here you are as a bonus. And I see you've brought the kid along. Babysitters may be expensive, but they're worth it, you know.
Yeah, keep talking, pal. I'll just keep thinking of a place to bury your body.
I had heard you'd taken a mechanic under your wing. What's the matter, girl? Couldn't find actual employment?
The captain's treated me right. Better than any of you bored folk ever have. I'm exactly where I want to be.
When you go off and get yourself shot, try to avoid taking one to the face. I'll want it recognizable to show to my citizens.
Get out of my way, you Walkerell.
I'm not in your way, you dullard. You talk to me. You want to go die in a blaze of glory? Be my guest. Besides, I don't know what you think you're doing here, but Sophia's doing good work up there with Phineas. Your efforts will be in vain.
Please, Phineas would rather die than be corporate.
Yes, he is an extraordinarily obstinate fellow, isn't he? Fine, he isn't working for us per se. Semantics, he'll come around. But that's between us. As far as my adoring citizens will know, we've turned a dangerous crackpot into a working-class man. It's a miracle.
Crackpot is saving the frozen colonists you gave up on.
Oh yes, go on, wake them up, add more mouths to feed. That'll solve our starvation problems. I don't know what half-baked plans that simpleton in a lab coat has been leading you through, but it's done. It's over. Let me ask you something, Captain. Have you at any point thought about not fucking up our entire society?
Are you kidding me? We're out here trying to clean up your mess.
I'm making actual progress towards stabilization and recovery. You're just getting in the way.
You'd prefer to keep riding this downward spiral? I can fix this place. With bullets.
If I and my people can ride it out in luxury and happiness, yes, I would. I don't know if you've noticed, Captain, but Halcyon's pretty much a lost cause.
I don't... My persuasion's like a 200, bro. Fucking... Sure, with your resources and some of the folks on the Hope, we could do a lot.
I'll admit, there's no shortage of talent in the scientists and engineers there. Look, I'm not an unreasonable man. If you manage to storm the castle, as it were, and make it out of here with Phineas alive, I can't exactly afford more havoc than you've already caused. Fine. If you survive, you'll need someone to sell the rest of the board on your plan.
Are you out of your mind? Rockwell's the biggest monster in Halcyon. You got any idea how many lives he's destroyed? How many people he's hurt? I've had enough. You even think about cooperating with this animal? And you and I are finished.
Okay, in that case, you can stay.
You're damn right it is.
If you're gonna place more faith on this brat than the chairman of the fucking colony, then there's no hope for you. Go get yourself killed.
Or...
That's the last of them.
MSI. I've got blood-rousing speeches, but the captain needs our help. So get in there and...
Let's go, MSI! It says there's an enemy here. Oh.
You, ain't feeling jittery, are you? 'Cause I'm not.
Whatever comes next.
Felix! No!
Captain, you have an uncanny talent for complicating my life. You've disrupted the balance of power. You've upset the natural order of things. You've introduced uncertainty, and there is nothing I despise more than uncertainty.
You sure love talking. They pay you by the word.
Typical. Running your mouth in the middle of a crisis. It's almost as if you delighted chaos. My reports described you as one of Halcyon's sharpest minds. I can't imagine why you'd do something so irrational. I should have dealt with you a long time ago. You were always too dangerous to leave unchecked.
Oh, stop. You're making me blush.
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by your impertinence. Leaving you alive was my greatest mistake, but it is a mistake I intend to correct. I have Dr. Wells in my custody. Once I've secured his cooperation, I can move forward with the program. I can repair the damage you've done. I can set things right.
Don't test me, Sophia. It's bad for your health.
I'm aware of your propensity for violence. Halcyon is a bloodier place because of you. I take no pleasure in this, you know. I simply have no other option. Leaving you alive is too great a risk. Goodbye, Captain.
Do your work, or do your worst, you psychopath.
If you insist. This prison is equipped with an automechanical warden. I've had it programmed to eliminate you on sight and rinse your remains down a drain. And don't worry. I will inform Dr. Wells that you died heroically, or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cool, look at that. Big robot. You know what I have for robots? My anti-robot gun. You know what else I have? Like a lot of drugs. Like a lot of drugs. Like an astronomical amount of drugs. Excuse me. What do I want to do? Stack crit damage on crit? Fuck it.
Great work.
Oh, let me guess. I can fucking turn this thing off.
That's impressive.
Oh no! Hold on. No, I'm just gonna fight it. Fuck it, I don't give a shit. What's up, bitch? Wrecked. Wait. Okay. Dumbass.
Get me out of here.
You don't know how glad I am to see you. You did the right thing. Akande was a monster. Her death was much deserved, and long overdue. And you lunatic, you broke into the board's own fortress just to rescue one doddering old man. You are absolutely out of your mind, and I can't begin to thank you enough.
Are you kidding? The board never stood a chance. No one stands a chance. Do you know who I fucking
all
am?
All work for you, huh? You've broken the board's stranglehold on this colony, and you saved my life. But there's still so much we have yet to accomplish. You and I are going to have to work harder than ever to save Halcyon. I'm afraid the situation is far worse than any of us ever anticipated. Earth has gone dark. We haven't received a single message in 3 years. There's been no communication, no signals, nothing. 2 years ago, the Earth's Directorate's frigate disappeared on their way back to Earth. We don't know what they discovered when they arrived, or if they arrived at all.
Hold on, Doc. Are you telling me the Earth went dark 3 years ago, and the board's just been covering this up?
They've been incredibly effective at concealing the truth. Right now, the only people in the colony who know are standing in this room.
You mean we're all alone out here? Really alone?
I'm afraid so, Miss Holcomb. Halcyon is the only home we have left. Returning to Earth is no longer an option. We're in serious trouble, my friend. Do you know what this means for Halcyon? We can't rely on Earth for support anymore. We've been cut loose. We're entirely on our own.
We have a lot of work ahead of us. Started. Wait, I do kind of want to know more about Earth.
Yes, certainly. I'll help however I can.
What do you think happened?
I don't know what happened, but something must have gone horribly wrong. I don't know why Earth's gone silent. I don't even know if Earth exists anymore. We have no connection back to Earth, and return is likely impossible. We're completely alone out here.
How do you know this?
I heard it from Akande herself. She tried to pressure me into joining her side, you see. Tried to make me realize that all hope is lost, and that we are alone. She was half right. We are alone, and we're going to have to fend for ourselves, because there's no telling what's happened to Earth.
The Reapers. Mention of frigate disappearing.
You might have heard of the Earth Directorate's frigate. Half the colony's entire military was on that ship. They were returning to Earth when they vanished without a trace. That was 2 years ago. We haven't heard a word from them since. Whatever happened to Earth likely happened to them.
So there has been any new messages from Earth?
Yes, Akande mentioned as much. Earth hasn't sent us a single message in 3 years. No one knows why. Akande had kept the truth to herself, perhaps with good reason.
You know about the other colonists? Wait, what other colonists?
I wasn't trying to hide the truth from you, but after all you've done, I owe you an explanation. Yes, I experimented on the Hope's colonists. Each of my experiments ended in catastrophic failure. Each of my subjects died in agony. You are my first and only success. I didn't tell you about the others because I didn't want to burden you. My failures are my own to bear, not yours.
I forgive you.
Thank you. Perhaps in time I'll learn to forgive myself. My apologies. I need to get a hold of myself. We've far more pressing issues to worry about right now. If you have any more questions, ask me. I'll answer as best I can.
No, that's it.
Yes, we do. You've done a marvelous thing. You've succeeded where anyone else would have failed, including me. We must begin the revival process immediately, starting with the Hope's brightest minds, and then we're going to fix this damn colony, one problem at a time. We're going to need a leader, and I can't imagine a better person for the job than you. What do you say, old friend? Will you help us?
It'd be really funny to say no. Okay.
When I revived you, I thought you were going to help me save this colony. I was wrong. I had our roles reversed, you see. You're the one who's going to save us all. I'm just the one who set you on your path. You're the best thing to ever happen to Halcyon. If you want to take it upon yourself to lead this colony, you have my support. We're not a colony any longer, are we? Our last connection to Earth has been severed, and so we have been set free. Our future is uncertain, and no one knows what tomorrow holds. Exciting, isn't it?
Is that it? Roll credits? Does it really end like that?
The OSI teaches that everything in the universe happens according to the grand plan. But the stranger that arrived in Halcyon was an unplanned variable. From the moment he landed in Emerald Vale, his actions altered the course of history. The events on Tartarus brought about the end of the board's authority. But the board's mistakes would haunt the colony for decades to come. The damage they left behind would require the work of a generation to repair. Dr. Phineas Wells began reviving a handful of the Hope's colonists. Engineers, scientists, technicians, and intellectuals. They were among the brightest minds the Earth had ever sent out into the stars. The Hope scientists and engineers woke up in a colony descending headlong into total collapse. With no way to return to Earth, they had no choice but to band together and devote themselves to the cause of saving Halcyon. The people of Halcyon were nothing if not hardy. In the absence of the board's authority, many of the colony's settlements banded together with a single purpose in mind: survival. Life was especially hard in the years to come. Some towns dissolved by attrition and starvation, but most of them found a way to carry on. In the years to come, Halcyon was forced to reckon with its newfound freedom. The board was gone, and for better or worse, the colony was responsible for its own destiny. Between MSI's worker-centric policies and the iconoclast's manpower, Sanjar and Zora were able to rally many of the Terra 2 townships to their cause. MSI's workforce swelled, and the iconoclasts enjoyed a significant surge in their ranks. The board was too distracted by infighting and internal politics to stop MSI from becoming a powerful corporation and a refuge for townships that might have fallen through the cracks. Consumed by paranoia, Lilia Hagen took Sublight Salvage in a controversial direction, openly accusing board officials of an extraterrestrial conspiracy. One day, an accident at the Groundbreaker's docking bay silenced her forever. Time would tell if her replacement could keep the Sublight family together. Over the years, the ruins of Edgewater caused irreversible environmental damage to the landscape of Emerald Vale, owing largely to the presence of toxic compounds in the town's building materials. As for Edgewater's former workers, their remains provided a source of nourishment for the region's fauna, leading to an explosion in the sprat population. The collapse of Edgewater left its workers bereft of any purpose in life. Most of them made their way to Adelaide McDevitt's camp, hoping to ingratiate themselves into her favor. Adelaide accepted only a few to her community. The rest were turned away and likely died of starvation. Nevertheless, Adelaide's camp grew into a well-established town. Adelaide McDevitt refused to cooperate with the ongoing effort to save Halcyon from collapse. A sympathetic deserter stole a copy of her research and delivered it to the Hope's scientists. It is unclear how useful Adelaide's research was. An optimistic estimate suggests her work may have bought Halcyon another few years of survival. Adelaide would never know. She died that winter. Under the leadership of Junlei Tennyson, the Groundbreaker held firm against corporate influence. The ship's mechanical stability gave Junlei the time to educate a promising generation of engineers schooled in her family's traditions. The future of the Groundbreaker looks promising. The rediscovery of the Hope and the abandonment of the lifetime employment program forced Byzantium to come to terms with some uncomfortable realities about the state of Halcyon. While Byzantines were reluctant to surrender the luxuries they'd grown accustomed to, the board's diminished authority gave them little choice in the matter. Nearly everyone had to learn to make do with less. Some even had to get jobs. It was a dark time indeed. Even the Gorgon asteroid, though a distant enigma to most of Halcyon, felt the aftershocks of your actions. Olivia and Minnie Ambrose worked together to cure the marauders Adrena Time had created. Through their partnership as scientist and administrator, they discovered the harmony that had eluded them as mother and daughter. And through years of patience and effort, they discovered the means to wean Halcyon from the scourge of Adrena Time. Their work eventually allowed Wells and his scientists to treat many of Halcyon's marauders. As their addiction waned, the colonists who had lived for so long under the thrall of Adrena Time returned to their communities and loved ones, and joined in the effort to save Halcyon. In spite of everything, the Gorgon asteroid remained a sobering reminder of the potential for progress and disaster in humanity's most ambitious efforts. The Rizzo's company in Halcyon dissolved after the collapse of the board. Needless to say, the launch of Spectrum Brown was indefinitely delayed. A stockpile of Spectrum Brown remains buried deep beneath the ruins of the old distillery, abandoned to time and attrition. With the dissolution of the board, Ruth Bellamy found herself without the two constants in her life: Byzantine culture and her sister Belinda. In the face of this new reality, she struggled to find a direction for her life. The colony had moved on from Halcyon Helen and would require new heroes in the years to come. And so Ruth Bellamy decided it was time to exit stage left. She quietly disappeared from public view. The dissolution of the board did not mean the dissolution of the ambitions of Cedric Kincannon, the charismatic leader of Sublight Underground. Cedric offered Slug's transportation services to the newly thawed colonists and set to work ferrying resources and food wherever they were most needed. For better or worse, Slug headgear became fashionable in the following years. As the board began to disintegrate, Spencer Woolrich found himself at a crossroads. Cling to what little stardom remained to him, or help usher Halcyon into its new future. To the surprise of many, perhaps himself most of all, Spencer chose the latter option. Having learned a variety of different skills in the many different roles played throughout his lengthy career, Spencer founded a radio serial dedicated to staying alive despite the odds. His subjects included how to survive violent encounters with only grazing wounds, dispense pithy one-liners for tense scenarios, and, of course, how to look good doing both. After a brief attempt at dating Helen as one person rather than two, which both Bertie and Helen found too strange, Bertie struck out on his own to try his hand at raising woolly cows. Many of his former Rangers teammates soon followed, accompanied by the woolly cow the team had originally plied with alcohol. The dairy farm thrived under Bertie's leadership and care. The Dairy Rangers privately believed that the woolly cows softened Bertie's temper considerably, although the only one brave enough to say this to his face was promptly headbutted. Your influence shifted Ellie's perspective. She finally admitted, albeit grudgingly, that she just might need other people. Sometimes. With a steady income from the life insurance payouts, she was finally able to afford a ship of her own. She hired a small crew and flew supply missions to communities on the fringe. Some of them were even legal. Life in Halcyon was sobering for Felix Millstone. The grand revolution he dreamed of never came. There was no great awakening for the colony, no celebrations in the streets. There was only the hard, desperate work of trying to repair a broken colony. Felix never had a head for numbers, but if there was labor to be done, he was there to help. Eventually, Felix realized that the work of a revolution was done with two hands. Once the matter with the Hope colonists was resolved, Junlei bashfully asked Parvati if she'd like to join her permanently on the Groundbreaker, and Parvati enthusiastically, if somewhat awkwardly, agreed. The stories of her adventures spread across the colony, and Parvati soon found herself the center of attention. Having served as the engineer of a renowned spacecraft, tramp freighters and wildcat miners sought her out by name, and in no time, she was a fixture in the Groundbreaker's mechanical ecosystem. She and Junlei were never far apart. Nyoka returned to Monarch to take another crack at making a permanent life for herself. She formed the Charon Group, a mercenary outfit of ragtag survivalists and wilderness experts. Anyone in need of a guide, or just looking to throw back a beer and swap stories, could find her camping on the trail or clearing an infestation. The SAM unit that accompanied you spread awareness of the product line's superior sanitation and maintenance capabilities across what was left of the colony. This led to a boost in SAM unit sales. Did you know that SAM units are the longest-lasting, toughest-acting cleaning solution in Halcyon? Minister Clark was released from house arrest, and his contact with you gave him a sense of renewed purpose and vigor. Once it became clear that no help would be coming from Earth, he threw his considerable efforts and talents into helping Halcyon manage the crisis before it. As for Dr. Phineas Wells, He spent his remaining years in his orbital lab. He eventually came to terms with his own past and was able to forgive the mistakes of his younger self by devoting his remaining years to serving the colony. Dr. Wells was able to revive many more scientists and engineers than he first expected, thanks to the additional batch of chemicals you stole from the Ministry. Wells never forgot about the human lives that were lost in acquiring these chemicals. In the end, Dr. Wells was able to save every scientist and engineer aboard the Hope. Over the next decade, nearly all of the Hope's remaining colonists were successfully revived. Halcyon saw a period of rapid technological and scientific advancement. Breakthroughs in dietary supplements saved the colony from starvation. Geoengineering projects and social reforms began to change the structure and character of the colony. Dr. Wells laid the groundwork for the project to save the colony, but he would never live to see the fruits of his labor. He passed away a few years later. His work was carried on by the scientists and engineers he revived. Today, Halcyon has stabilized. The people of the colony work hard to adapt to their new circumstances. Nearby colonies send aid and supplies. Life will never be easy in Halcyon, but for the first time in its history, there exists a sense of real, genuine hope about the future. And what about you? The unplanned variable in the history of Halcyon. Long after Wells passed away, you carried on his work with more energy, determination, and brilliance than he could ever muster. The years that followed were hard, but Halcyon survived by the efforts of the Hope's most promising colonists, the greatest of which was you. No one knows what's happened to Earth, and no one knows what the future has in store for Halcyon. All we know for certain is this: the name of the Unreliable and that of its intrepid captain will remain the subject of countless stories for years to come.
Yeah! Let's go! We did it! Woo! Hell yeah. That's another game in the bag. I like this game. I like this game a lot. It's good. It's good. What a Fallout style ending. This is some fun. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is an Obsidian game. Oh yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Well, that's all. That's the stream, guys. Hang on, let me zoom in. Oh, that's too far. Yeah. Thanks for everyone who came in, offered me some company in playing the game. And yeah, I really like this game. I really do. I'm looking forward to the second one. Yeah. Next game, I have no idea. I have no idea what the next game is. I have a lot of good options. So the next game I'm gonna be streaming is gonna be a surprise. Fucking, I don't know, dude. I'm gonna flip a coin on it. But I'm glad we got to see this whole. I'm glad we got to see this game like the whole way through. Yeah. Oh, this is sweet. All the special messages. Damn, they had a huge dev team. Hell yeah. All right. Yeah, that's actually it. That's it. That's the whole game. Yo, guys, we did it. We're by the hand. We did it. All right. Yeah. No. That's the stream. Like for sure. Now. Like honestly. Let's look up the trailer for the second game. What up? Give me a second. Outer Worlds 2 official reveal trailer. Let me move out of the way.
We begin by hearing an old, wise-sounding voice. And we see a quiet, peaceful setting. This will make our game seem big and important. Now, something must break the serenity. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever. Suddenly, and for no reason, people running. These pointless slow-motion shots make everything seem cool. They should bolster pre-sale numbers. That wah sound can mean only one thing. We must gaze over an epic shot of a world, and there should be lens flares. Now we see our hero, but only their silhouette, because the developers haven't finished the design, or finished the story, or finished any gameplay that's actually ready to show. In fact, the only thing they have finished is the title.
Outer Worlds 2! Hell yeah. Fuck Microsoft. Okay, now that's actually it. Alright. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, that's way too far. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. I'm gonna leave you guys off. Am I rating someone? Who am I rating? If anyone. I might just end it off. Yeah, why not? Alright. Bye everyone. Next stream is, you already know the drill. Fucking tomorrow, if not tomorrow, then the day after, if not then for sure the